Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. It's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century. And most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills, and they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know that there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today, it has at least 29 graves, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of where my father, of blessed memory, is buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around, you'll find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anno Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese war, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Kosher River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us. And if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea. And according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now, that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked in the Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokayer, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom. And as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971. And you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation, and by 1984, more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korea National Digital Library. 169 of them list Rabbi Tokayer as the author, and Talmudic texts frequently hit the bestseller lists in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by Ross Arbus in the New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies Review, published in 2018 by Sarit Katan-Gribetz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, their Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive, and also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Chavrusa style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures, and just reading the description here is kind of fascinating. But this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really, Bava Metzia the way we have it today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov, I think, than a regular Shas, with like nuggets of wisdom and agarata and things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children Talmud. And here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. There's a little rabbi in the corner here. And it's a Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are how many? If you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to call exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization, right now, for example, in North America, some parts of Europe, the Jews of Asia are so unusual, so different in so many ways. So in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and Japan with Kosher River Cruises, I'm trying to do some research on the Jews, South Asia, East Asia. And here's a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you enjoy it. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the usual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci would be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist, Saint John the Baptist Day, or his something like that. And so Aitian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, of course, wrote the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi, because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as additional, or the Sefer Ben Sira, the Wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many, many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from the 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it, and the architectural layout of it. The Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historians indicate that they read many, many times that it was originally constructed between the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded, graphic images of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the bottom. They would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. A really active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So, ours for us today, however, to understand where these Jews of China come from. So, here's a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relation with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that the some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange as it refers to other caravan routes, and those are many of are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, a massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating in themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historical dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have four different. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really three blocks, but a fourth text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here, this memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives us some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look on the fourth list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Jiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. So the verse, My Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Hear, O Israel, the Lord of God, the Lord is one. On the top of the this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because, of course, this is really baked into Jew life, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. We look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. It's fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors they had for many centuries, Muslims. There was a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, are more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very, very similar, like Chet and Cha, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not in extant. The Torahs are two Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused. That's the word and, but and these fusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. By way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have an end. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us on this amazing cruise to Japan and Korea, please have a look at the website, kosherrivercruise.com, and you'll have lots of information there about it. Okay, in the meantime, I look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
You know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And what I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. Oh, but you're Christmas gaslighting. Okay, fine. Then you know what?
Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and Yep, Jews are really sold to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus Affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time. But basically, it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky can help us out with this. The term Yavrei, or Hebrew, is a term. Jid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who were there and actually was able to remediate the situation and free the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia, and they weren't so successful. But the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They have a lot of schools in particular. In certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa, in the Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Grant, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Yeah, I usually will represent it.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens there's a really nasty anti-Semitism developing. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thinker of this era. In France, and especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Drummond, who made his living muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the deep newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there. And he published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this very typical image that shows a sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s and 1880s and 1890s. And the key cause was, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, Popular Illustrated Edition, Jewish France. La France Juive means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to like massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see by Edouard Duhamel, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time in the 1860s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and sin. After a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And again, he questioned it. He called this Great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that this was like, so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced, and yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that, but he was framed for an espionage pact occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period. There's still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed. Let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. It's an incredible demonstration of complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it led to a whole culture that guys like Edouard Drumont really built on of the Jews are our misfortune. Right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. Meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate. Probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached. He ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually written, about a dozen novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was like sort of the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. And obviously this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence, a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lab, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, L'Aurore, which means the dawn. And it says, "J'accuse," I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming down of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, in front page news, that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then, it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon. But he was allowed to go free. His sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military, and he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away, shocked by the fact that these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial. That he said, "Wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be certain, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews." In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own. And for Herzl, that meant Israel and Zionism. And this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think, something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we should do all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize, and they didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Pans will say something. Oh, I think we lost him. Is that possible? It's so hard teaching. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and you see the way Europe looks after World War I is over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and it's a totally different map. And as you imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it, and they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They want to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video, I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because they have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot. that actually expanded over the entire, and by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad's Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed on itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jew, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? And they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. And it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of. And so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth, tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive growth. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not at the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews. And you can see that, the Pale had massive numbers of Jews. And also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy, as it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around. We can get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after simply taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Nechiste. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. You know what this word Nechiste is? Nechiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was like going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engage in a three-way struggle that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish early communist movement, and let me speak to them in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russia, of whom there are many, important is a group called the Whites, they're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new country. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says honoring to National Communist Organization, and kind of like Aztec style, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star that says international, and then there are Aztec people who are a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is you can see right next to him on his left is the Trotsky himself. The difficulty with it, all their names up there, and several of them. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. Communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. Witzig would stand Eden Kommandieren, where 10 Jews are in charge, or 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the payas, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of a war. Before we get to that, I just want to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, David T. Mr. Tillman.
Hi, Jane. How are you? When you're saying the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fix the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not. But I think there were
It
some.
sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact. And I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure. But by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. You know, the totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews...
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he's a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He was in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets, realized they weren't great.
Yes.
Like the Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left have probably been very
that is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, but I'll give you the short answer. Basically, at the beginning, called old Bolsheviks. I mean, those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks, and Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskyists, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait, no, we grew too fast. We had too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during this period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube, I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. here we are in the Restream Mall. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February, and then in October the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. They reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians who spoke about them in Magnitsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kyiv reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, could we team up, and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish a language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, this week, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine, I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut on top of it. The reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters, and in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which was hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car, and they were running between 3 cities in western Ukraine trying to avoid Red Army troops. But that was the extent of their government. So although a noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government and Ministry of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually a little, it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish Army. You had, Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a Makhno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday, were for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday were for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they'd experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom, still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where, placed over and over and over again, huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Tuman. I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also, even to a certain degree, worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having breakfast the next morning and simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites did fight back and broke their religious principles. They were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against civilians. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were assassinated by the Russians. But the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. So many Jews immediately said, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of the base medrash. Pay us flying and not speaking a word of Russian and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, a rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to take revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogrom? Or what exactly were they doing? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Would that be the main?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, a very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go on to mute for 1 second.
My thing is, do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one. I can't name one way or another. Name one.
Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. my Revitson just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm gonna be like super decent. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, Mr. Tillman's question, also I'll help this question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually receives a specific name for it, called in Ukrainian the Peturivshchina, or in French the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is part of human evil to begin with. People attack the Jews because they were. People attacked the Jews because they steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why if you recall the title of my book here, let's go back for a minute. I'll show this title carefully. This one here. Why did I phrase? LCM, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominate, though.
Yeah, good. Well, here Avos.
Having this power is so much more.
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government? Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. So my book was really focused on this period of people's life, because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail that I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious, but two things. We should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file who were talking with them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions of why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have huge support from the peasantry. Say, let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine, we'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. The fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation, and it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book that you wrote, the prayer for the government, very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this mopser from like 90 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania. I forgot the title. It has like their names and stuff. It's like I find it the coolest thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. You have to pray for the welfare of the government. America too. We definitely have to do it because there's no. We shouldn't think that America is under. That we wouldn't be exposed to country too. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petiora. Interesting, who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini, Hitler, as an artist, they were not, generals when they came to power. Petiora came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Restream, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Who's that, Mr. Petiora? Are you Mr. Petiora?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the street. He is arrested. He doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering men in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarz at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like the whole world was watching this trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petiora was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919, and that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a hunter, shot him dead in the street because Petiora deserved it for his rule in the of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petiora's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petiora himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion, and Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that. Personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We can begin the next part, which is really going to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports. Perfectly clear as the sun is noonday, correct?
As can be crystal clear.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today. Then we'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have an
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Big you. Okay.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, you know, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. This Kristallnacht also, the Holocaust, about 200 people were killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we've got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy. The government cannot protect the Jews, so we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by razing to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, and just as it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Actually, it was terrible. I didn't even, because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists, and all these different people, and it's like all garbage. Yeah, a good chunk of it, as we shall see. But for our purposes, some definition of socialism is the idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest in society and then using their positions, their perches high atop this economic pile to dominate lower class and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to say, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take all of your properties and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class do not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I kind of afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I got like, a whole factory, and I have 2 Teslas in my driveway because we just took it over. Silver, you want to say something?
In terms of that have to start after being existed.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had experienced that in different continents. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent time. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx, because it's like crazy. The short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get, if you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is that's Capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called Drush de Narodov, the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. He was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century, but he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little bit. What does that mean? Religion is the opiate masses. Opiates are drugs. Good. What do you want to say? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys have asking for a friend. Nonsense. They numb it, they make you stupid, right? They make you slow. You're seeing like these 19th century opium. And by the way, well, we have a pretty short history with opium. I'm not Jewish, I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the skies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing and let the opium just work through their systems. And it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianity more than Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything. But you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have palm trees, it'll be like bocas, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check. Keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any question about socialism for our thumbnail definitions? Good question. Socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term that we are all together in a community. But communism is, simply put, one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you think about Israel? Is the country socialist?
Capitalist for industry, for economy, but a little bit.
Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted some things, including this country. For example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say we don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing treatment. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, not even really, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, you have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea. Universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it, they need rationing and stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that is yeah, so there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal health care. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this great thing. So these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Loiki? Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutz been in existence? Slowly. Yeah, about a century. And they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons worked on a kibbutz. They're actually really. The idea is that everybody piles in, and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like, for example, there are some things that we have in our base measures are made by kibbutz Lavi, where one of my other sons also worked. And the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable at work. There aren't, but is it, viable over another generation? And those discussions for about 10 generations now. They got that probably about 5 generations. But it still works. Right? The reason why it's a form of socialism is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group can say we all believe in this, and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. We work in Cuba, we work anywhere. grants.
In my piece, so I wrote the global process. The biggest flaw with communist social democracy is okay, take over the country. There's no once you take over the country, it's like, oh, okay, there's no actual like how we come.
That's an observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal, they would go to a feudal society like we talked about in the medieval period, then they would get with industrialization where we are as a bourgeois democracy, and then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff is progressed. We want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes. The third, I think this is behaving weird.
This is the thing right there on the board.
This object?
Yes, no.
Really? Really? No, it's good. How did you do that?
In the exact spot where it was, some touching right there.
That must be it. Okay, great. Third, now, third option, fine, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of Kibbutz Zion, of desire to go back there to Israel, is almost as old as the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also aware, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state, with a flag and an army and passports, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara in Shavuos, and so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, a good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. They're like, yes, I mean, like, Subas. It's the Shavua. It's took it all. Look at how brilliant these students are. You're watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like ideal when they lived to, but really thought of actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionism, here of course, there's a famous moment. Mr. Krantz, gotta read that Turkey Apples where it says don't interrupt. So this is actually Ben Gurion in the picture in the background. He's under Zionism. He'll come back and talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land in dollars. Because we've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. And this whole idea of socialism is the sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, it didn't come out work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Israel. Which end this 2,000-year-old cycle of this by going back to land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of Jewish history because we will have gone circle back to Israel. I'll tell a lot more about this because amazingly they succeeded. 1948, the creation of a state which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes close to the idea of re-establishing a state even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here.
That's the other one. This one. This one. Okay. Or this is a little weird. It was not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster is Parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary, whereas if Dubno imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't like sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not really have as much strength as the way Dubno imagined it. Fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Agudas Yisrael was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other, except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, you recall, such a treif Medina. People would throw their children overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shkita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for your Shiva education and stuff like that. They wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Agudas Yisrael is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies used into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your yarmulkes. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precisely. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right? That's what we call people left wing. They actually has to do, the reason why we say left is the way the government was set up, and those people sit on the left side of the room. But very left wing is called socialist. They're pro-socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist. Thank you, Mr. Rubin, political science major. Right. So this is when we say people on the left, people on the right. We mean they lean to socialism if they're left wing, or they lean toward the right wing. They lean towards, for an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tend to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing clip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentaries. I think of his name later, but he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan.
After the fact that you know more about these social media are single minority,
You got to repeat that slower for an old man.
you're going to have to do the fact that, teenage Jews and got Jews seated and figured out behind everything is still something minority.
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shirka, we have Leked. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth, give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish value. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where, traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so the shift happened that way. You add that, the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. But anyway, this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorikites. Do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, in the diaspora, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael? Zionism. Which is the wrong way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so expensive, right? Especially with this particular lecture, it's gonna be really hard. Okay. Keep your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics. It's a separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go and let's see who does where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. The diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called the Bund. This is the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in industries there, very, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. In America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeiterring circle or worker circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's not like a news much, but a few years ago they made for the soldiers, and they let the common president. So because the protests there lunch for petrol, so they say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then we have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get into all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the Federation movement. Right, that we will organize ourselves in the diaspora, and we will collect donations from ourselves, and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's all. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, but if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our last quarter, so they believed the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is applying for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have very good marine science major here at Torah, so he's going to go to Haifa and study in a lash. But anyway, that's kind of his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I filled this chart up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant himself to Israel, and he felt that it should not miss. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as like intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to create the state of Israel. Herzl had, Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable American sensibilities generally, and then you see an extreme right. You see groups that they know all this, meeting in Qatar, and let's talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that. Two states. So there are people who say that's ridiculous. It's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually. I mean, very, very alive in Israel today. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. Let's, of course, shift that quadrant. Who lives over here? This is a group called the Polei Zion, Workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that help build the kibbutzim, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived in they believed in communal share of wealth in the state and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect his kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. To be bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said to Jabotinsky, you're just gonna fight with all of our friends, you're gonna make British hate us, you're gonna make the Arabs hate us, it's gonna be terrible. Bridges, they have to work on peace, stuff like that, and they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Branson. You have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture.
Good morning, Mr. Burris. How are you?
You can manage this, right?
You're good. You ready to take on the day, girl?
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you get these messages, but do you see that you rank up in here when you spend the night? Not just that, but when you spend time in here.
Where is it?
Go to your notifications.
Where is that?
Are you on your phone or your computer?
My iPad.
Okay, so do you see the very bottom bar? It says notifications. It has a bell.
Oh, yeah.
Click it.
Okay.
So it gives you a rank in here.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, so you're ranked 116, which tells you like how long you're like the number 5 person in here who's ever spent time in here, which is good. Okay, so when you click your notifications, when's the last notification you got?
It says notify me you and Rabbi myself a place to work. He's announced to everyone. Rabbi Rothschild is live.
Oh no, okay. Hold on. Scroll down about 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago. meeting you and Rabbi Rochelle here on Facebook, you were peace at Breakups.
That's right. So you're doing really well.
That's good.
And then
Let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay. Let's see.
yeah. So even though I installed this thing recently, it takes been in the server, and so that's just a thought. I mean, I'm not very popular now, but when I do get popular, you're gonna be like at the very top of that. You already are at the top of the list, but I have one person here who lived in here for like 6 months alongside me, so they are the number one. Actually, the number one person are the ones that I have in here right now. The number two one is the one on with the camera. Number three is my friend who was in here for like 6 months. Number four, you might be at number four right now, or pretty close to it. So, the more time so you can probably become the number person. I mean, not that it matters to you, but if you just and do whatever you want. But the more nights in here that you spend, the faster and faster you catch up to my phone. Yeah, and then you'll get announcements of the rank ups, and then if you would just let's check and see if this works. All right, below here, below this section of the Discord where it says 24/7 live stream, you'll see 24/7 radio stations, and then below that, so like scroll down, and that. No. Okay, so look in the this server, like in this Discord. On the exactly on the left side, like right below this call, you see Rabbi Rothschild's Arena, and then join to create a voice channel. You see those?
Yeah.
Okay, then below there is a section called 24/7 radio stations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
That you see a section that has like a red heart and a cowboy and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then you see the first thing says moderator only. The second says rank ups. Do you see rank ups? Okay. So do you see a red heart emoji, a cowboy emoji, and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild, and then another red. Okay, below that, rank ups. So if you press that, does anything show up?
Level up, you at 322.
Exactly. So right before them, you're 116. You should. Okay, so you see 323 is where I am, and then scroll up to the one.
Okay, it's at 322.
Oh.
Okay, go up. I gotta go get him together.
That's okay.
We'll talk about this. I gotta go finish getting Papa.
Okay. You do what you need to do.
I'll be right back.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, be right back.
Excellent.
It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parenti correctly anticipated, a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, capitalists, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbat, lepatchila, I'm not gonna do that. But, I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who was an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, is definitely a very religious person. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority kibbutzim that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, but I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer Hatzair kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzair, the young guard. Very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They're like buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the opiate of the mass. And he said to me, see, I'm a firm guy, and he says, you know, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke, because the young people are kind of thinking of Russia for nodding. You should have seen his face here. It's kind of okay. All right. Anyways, so where do the religious groups? So this side basically anti-religious. This side neutral. Some may be positive to religion. That's very nice.
What's the difference between the two groups, one and the socialist group?
Because it's whether they support doing it in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to like get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's got to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We've had our experiences in Gulf. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious, then spoke Yiddish?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century and it's almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved into Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketsubas a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? In the Birkat HaMedina, you say it in your show, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Sichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even flew in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Sruga who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to the other group here, also on the religious axis like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the CMS. I'm sitting right here. You sort of see me, the top here. So this is the most recent one.
No, which section? I mean,
I don't know. I just wrote it out here at the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own CM on Shas, God willing, in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast. Here's a shameless plug. You know I do a definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in Daf Yomi.
Yeah, what's that? That's great.
In 19, yeah, that was like 20 years ago. I haven't been doing it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. And now, yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's just short. Like it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single Daf Gemara. 2,711 videos. It's my sugar. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, meaning we call it in English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews, so like, Judaism, how can you simply get involved in something like that? It would anger God to create a state. He would say you are contravening that oath, you're trying to force my hand and give me Mashiach before it's time, it'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th, they were staunchly Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? Jews unified. All right. Not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our better ring, the workman's circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
No, two other things I think we can run this to New York.
Yeah.
One is Union Square. Did you go archives?
Yes. I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and yeah, I don't know what you're saying, man. That was
okay. That's it.
They're staying on the circumstances sometimes.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, which Federation spelled like that. Sion, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1997. Until the Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been in power for 19 years, I think. So really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these countries were close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. There's very little moderate Zionists who are there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably just do Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called Tach, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's case, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move the country someplace else. And after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kach, was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors into there are people like Ben Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from his playbook, but they're still not all as honest. But one of the debates going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about the Cook's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. A lot of Jews fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this Israel down here, though?
If you left here, you're not. I think it was any. There's a lot of them, but what happened to it? The party still exists. Yeah. But what about it? Is it different? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah. So we take it as a general idea of how maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. Just because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland and
excellent.
when
Okay, so if you go to rank ups and then scroll all the way to the bottom, I have 323. Right above that, you should see you 16. And so whenever you get a rank up, you'll get a notification like that in here and then on your phone. If you want, yeah, that's really good. Absolutely. So just for a moment, I'm going to see if I can get activity for a whole server. So we'll see what the whole rank is of everybody. So just a moment, see if I can find how to do this. Okay, so if I go top, okay, there we go. So you're very cool. So you just have to get more rank ups, and you'll have you'll be number 3.
Okay. Yeah, I need to stay here. I might as well just stay here. Go around.
Absolutely. Cool, huh?
Yeah, I got 56. Okay, Rise is at 59. Brandon's at 48. Somebody's at 40. Okay.
Now Audie actually, she's got 2 accounts in here. So she's got Audie Dusky and her one at number 10. So technically, if we find them, have 56 plus 86, which is 142. She would actually be, yeah, she'd actually, so you want to beat 142 to have like the individual mark.
Right. Okay. What she got 2 accounts?
I think she lost one of her phones.
Yeah, I would have been past me.
It is neat. Thank you.
Okay, now what is there? Something changed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to see the other pages. So it has like a bunch. It has like everybody in here who's ever been in here and what their rank is. So I just changed the pages in there.
Unless you changed it.
That's correct.
Well, do it again.
All right. So it should be on page. Should be on page 2, then page 3, page 4,
Ooh.
page 5,
Ooh.
page 6. Now, if you want to know how much time it is, you'll see now. So I think we're looking at hours now. So
There we are.
You've been in here 778 hours. I don't know if that's correct. It says voice time all time.
778.9.
Yeah, let me see if that would be correct. I mean, I believe it, but
All time, I think.
so that's 32 days. Yeah, I believe it. You've spent a lot of nights in here, and so that all adds up. So you've spent a total of like 30 a month of your life in this channel. There you go, Miss Aquarius. There you go. That's wonderful. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you go take on the day, and if you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
Okay, I'll be back. I'll come back later, Rabbi.
All right.
Stick my phone in here later.
Absolutely. Do whatever makes you happy.
Okay. See you later.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing.
God's will. That's right.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. What a wonderful attitude. Hashem bless her with a wonderful, wonderful soul. Love her spirit.
Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise. You're coming to Texas, Christopher? Yeah, Houston. It's still surviving, but Texas is so big. LA people. Actually, on the 27th, I'm doing my show at Flapper. Oh, nice. Yeah. Hey, man, I got you on it. You went down. When? 27th. I don't know, go down. Go down. 27th. That was good. Looks like I'll be in Pensacola, Florida. No, it's I'm talking about in a week. You said September 27th. I meant August 27th. You here? You can write something in. This is a Nick really writes in Dumbtown. Oh, I'm gonna be in Dumbtown. All right. All right. You know how much you can find there is to eat. More. Now that you're done with this, go watch After Hour. Yeah. Good idea. Hell yeah. And you guys are gonna be staying soon. Yeah. Nice. No more. See you guys. blessing. Comfort and fortune. Selecting the legal guide to sin. For Almighty Disciple. How to get better for this disease. Basis for all these makers case and you call it gold across many things. Even Caroline Hebrew for time windows for reciting Shema. Morning evening Shema. Even Tefillah Hebrew for time windows for prayer. And lines for Shacher and Dimon. Even Phoebe Hashem's Hebrew for time of checking checks. Night of 14 nights. By candlelight. Blessings and benediction. Even by her Jabez, even for the time of burning Jabez. Late morning one day. In multiplication rituals. Even had often even for time of candling. The three sunsets, like Shabbat Yasam says. Demanded for Hebrew for the time of our freedom. Liturgical time, demanded for Hebrew for the time of the giving of our Torah. Psalmist. For the time of our joy. Liturgical titles for Shemi the Accurate. Zohar Chachni, Era dating for the Zohar. Supplementary listing for running for customs with election. Citronum Christian. For made their members of blessings. Said when seeking the powerful deceased people. Often abbreviated as well. Citronum. For made his memories of blessing. Said after the name of the deceased man. Abbreviated as well. For made her memory of blessing. Said after the name of woman. Abbreviated as well. Democratic literature for the memory of the righteous shall see of blessing. From Proverbs 10. Said after naming the abbreviated as CT that you code technical Hebrew for made his marriage. Said when mentioning the righteous man or such. That you know technical Hebrew for made their make their memory be blind. Plural virgin. After acronym for Agnes, or even urban, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. You may for peace be upon deceased man as that the national publication for peace be upon her. Said after a season of the next days. I now told you the national people for the continent and all Israel. Blessing for the deceased. Prophetic for the righteous. Love of the Torah. of blessing and prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God's eternal love for Israel. A hostile monotheism where there is nothing besides sin. A principle stress in Shabbat justice, proving divine unity and the unification of people. Acting of people for us. Subtilistic concept referenced in Shabbat teachings, describing the birth of creation where all divine lights are bound in one vessel. Alpha is in Hebrew for on the miracles. Comparison on Hanukkah and Purim, cited in Shabbat for its emphasis. Al-Panorama series, courses and teachings carrying forward with a single depth. Lillian Hebrew for saying. Refers both to the eye called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. The Malach biblical nation symbolizes doubt and closeness toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, the Malach is the inner force of spiritual apathy, one must overcome. Some of the central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes how meditation and meditation during it, especially on God as unity. On the Hapanera made for me and your service. Some praise used in Shabbat is the abilities to express self-nullification before God. On the Massachusetts Hockey Hebrew story believes. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat, are references tied to Jewish perseverance. On the use in Hebrew for he and Joseph. Famous for a phrase. In Shabbat chastity symbolizes revelation of the truth and unity. Axilus had better for education. In Mala and Shabbat chastity, one of the more spiritual representing divine closeness. As for essence. In Shabbat, God has ultimate essence, beyond all attributes, which is connected to mitzvah. Hebrew for also the name of the Hebrew one not without. In Shabbat, it carries longer efficiency of comfort. That part only Hebrew for somewhere with the emotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God as passionately. The Hebrew surface. In Shabbat, and soul. Particularly through prayer and prayer. The ability to spend for inner service. In Shabbat teachings refers to the inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. Ability shape all the Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into the awe of God. The most Hebrew for patriarchs. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with verbatim ethics of others, explained with Chassidic depth. I read the Hebrew for where are you? God has called to Adam. In that God interpreted as an ongoing divine question to each two about their spiritual state. There is only Yashir Hebrew for that he say. The psalm that see Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. All a refers to Rabbi S.H. Oliver of Shabbat, wrote the central Shabbat text. Baal Shem Tov Hebrew for master of the good name. Refers to Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, master of the Chassidic and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Baal Shem of Hebrew for master of the earth. A Jew preferred Torah observance. In Shabbat, embraced warmly as part of each Kairos. Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat service, strong
primary laws of trading and carrying. Into that strict separation is dirt. Best area for heavenly voice. Shabbat law symbolizes Eden's step continuously after prophecy ceased. That is the Hebrew daughter of commandments. When a Jewish girl turns 12, Shabbat encourages celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. Never for beauty is strange. Refers to the mix of 4 beauty, 7 couples, and 9 halves. Explained as a kind of divine passion. Behind any Hebrew for intermediate one, Kanya. A Jew struggles with inner conflicts yet controls thought, speech, action. These change Hebrew for our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat headquarters, considered the heart of Shabbat worldwide. These are Hebrew for house of judgment. A rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, these influences are often tied to religion and community leadership. These topics that refer to temple. Philosophy, it represents the historical temple in Jerusalem and the inner sanctuary of Bethar. These Midrash Hebrew for house of studies. Shabbat yeshivas and study halls are often called this. These read the Hebrew for house of the Rita. Blessing Shabbat by first friends, drawn in their lives and teachings. Legend Blasphemy. Configured in Kanya rise as the ideal spiritual model accessible. The Ezratic Venus for with God's help. Common phrase often and speech. The virtual never for visiting the sick. In Shabbat practice, consider the vital act of kindness and outreach. Live and Hebrew for platform. The raised stem in the synagogue where the Torah is read. In Shabbat Shultz, central to communal Torah reading. Working on Hebrew for grace after meals. Shabbat custom emphasizes reciting it with abandoned intention. Fire and Hebrew for refinement. Lovely Shabbat holistic concepts. The task of elevating parts of holiness trapped in the material world. Attach on Hebrew for trust and thought. In Shabbat, it means complete reliance on divine providence, taught extensively by the Rebbe. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central Shabbat idea. Amplifying ego to allow manifestation of work. Lead inner Hebrew for without a vow. Common Shabbat phrase when committing to beloved's stuff, to avoid making an unintended oath. Proper finish for young men. Refers to us married yeshiva students in Tibet, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions. Rashi Hebrew for blessing. In Shabbat, a Rashi channels divine energy into the world. Rashi acronym Hebrew for after blessing. Bless recited after eating. Shabbat emphasizes proper galactic alertness and awareness of divine flow. Rashi recited Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing resident before eating. As mindfulness before partaking in physical earth. Resident for thought zone in the circumcision. In Shabbat, you enjoy a spiritual milestone, child to the eternal covenant with God. You can finish your mother. Always affectionately in the Shabbat families. Let me finish Marian for grandmother. Prompt affectionate term in Shabbat homes. All day Kanya Hebrew for author of the Kanya. Rabbi Esther Zalman Al-Qiyadi, the founder of Shabbat, wrote the Kanya. Baal Shem Tov Ben Hebrew for master of Second Day. Founder of the Hasidic spiritual founder of Shabbat. Baal Yeshiva Hebrew for master of rebirth. A Hebrew refers to Torah observance. In Shabbat, a widely used term. Shabbat is known for its outreach to peace. Malamadish for respectable is no longer head of household. In Shabbat, often means a respectable married man, not a achievement offer. That must be finished for compliment for a Shabbat wife or mother who runs her home with care and Jewish form. Our Hebrew for blessed. The call to penal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention. Our fashion behaves Hebrew for blessed women. Constant Shabbat expression for gratitude for simply answering how are you. It's our meat a lot better for meat and bill. Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. Shabbat rules follow this very strictly. Vegetable aromatic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat law symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. That's its Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a girl turns 12, in Shabbat, art with your learning and impact. Missouri Hebrew for between the straits. The 3 weeks of mourning between 17 couples and 9 halves. In Shabbat, that time of hidden divine compassion. Shine of Hebrew for intermediate one. A central function concept. One who has inner struggles, but never sits in thought, speech, or these change Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat HQ, considered one of the movement. These in Hebrew for house of judgment. Biblical court. In Shabbat communities, temples clashing rulings. These common actions for healthy temples. In Shabbat law also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. These midrash Hebrew for house of study. The study hall in a Shabbat yeshiva moshel. These Riva Hebrew for house of the Riva. Classic Shabbat text chronicling the lives of the early Shabbat leaders. The Hebrew for with God as help. In Shabbat praise in speech and writing. Spiritual Hebrew for visiting the sick. Cultural Shabbat act of kindness. Mind Hebrew for platform. The raised place in the hall where the Torah is read. Person on Hebrew for grace after meals. Talk intention. Iris Hebrew for refinement. Shabbat mystical concept of elevating stars of holiness hidden in the physical world. Attach on Hebrew for trust in God. Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance on divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat chastities. Nullifying so divine light and shine through. Leave their Hebrew for without the vow. Like promising to do something, so it is not a no. Proper Yiddish story then. Refers to when married yeshiva students in Shabbat, often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva site. Proper Alvina initiative. This proper used mainly for younger yeshiva students. Graduate Hebrew for blessing. Chesed blessings draw down my energy. Raksha acronym Hebrew for blessings. Blessing said after eating. Raksha Risona Hebrew blessings. Before eating. Risona Hebrew for covenant of circumcision. In Shabbat joyous event, binding the childish people. Covenant for grandmothers. Prompt affectionate in Shabbat home. Finish for fire, passion. In Shabbat slang, describes fire leading enthusiasm later, harboring for its observance. Loving time must have affectionate Shabbat techniques for older women named after their dress and commonly brown eyes. Teenage that just that I passion with the kindness of God. Interchangeably regarding passion in Shabbat letters. Shabbat is acronyms for Shabbat, Ida, Gnosticism, understanding knowledge. were often used with pride, sometimes humorously. Chapter Hebrew for Wise One. In Sephardic and general usage means rabbi, but in Shabbat, more often used in study contexts. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew for Jewish supervised will. Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard. Shalom Hebrew for portion of dough and anniversary. Also refers to the braided bread eaten on Shabbos and Yom Tov. In Shabbat, often homemade and shared. Shalom Hebrew for distribution. Refers to charity funds distributed in old Shabbat tradition, especially in Israel. Shabbat's Hebrew for leavened grain. Noted on Pesach. In Shabbat, evening sold very strictly before Passover. Hanukkah Hebrew for nation. Festival of lights celebrating the rededication of the temple. In Shabbat, central focus on public moral life. Shadows Hebrew for midnight. Both mystical and halachic significance. Shabbat emphasizes late night for learning at this time. Chazon Hebrew for tender. Needs prayer. In Shabbat, often done by amateur or long tefillah rather than a professional singer. Ches Hebrew for kindness. In Shabbat teachings, represents the middle of Chinese for Jewish, heavily. Daily learning cycle established by the press brand. Chizos Hebrew for externality. In Shabbat law, refers to superficial service of God, contrasted with Judais's inner devotion. Chalk below Yaver Hebrew for a law that cannot be transgressed. Expression for something fixed. In Shabbat's time, used about 7 weeks like Navini or Farbrand. Joel Hamod Hebrew for intermediate days. The middle days of Pesach and Sukkot, hardly festive, hardly weekday. Shalom stand regular bill. Not accepted in Shabbat practice, since only Shalom Yisrael is observed. Too many Hebrews for 5 books of Torah. That also shorthand for the daily Jewish Konfarashi study. Checks in Yiddish for audacity, boldness. In Shabbat time, can be negative or positive, e.g. only checks running outreach. Shader and Hebrew for friends. In Shabbat, sometimes refers to groups of activists or the Yeshiva peers. Chassid Hebrew for Christ one. In Shabbat, refers to a devoted follower of Haran. Chassid Yiddish for Chassidic style. In Shabbat's time, means someone who acts with warmth, piety, and attachment to chassidus. Chassid Yiddish for Brennan informal gathering with meaning, Quran insights, and inspiration. Central Shabbat line. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic teachings. In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat chassidus. China's Arctic slang for someone devoted to daily China's learning. Chili Yiddish for festival cook Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And unstable as hard rations. Shabbat Hebrew for living canopy. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. Cherubim Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual rebuilding. Checks movies and MRS center for outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat has Jews everywhere in Chutz. Chabutza Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshivas, Chabutza is central. Chabutza is slang for life of Chabutza. Refers to sense back and forth debating Torah ideas. Shabbat Hebrew accident for Chakta, Bina, understanding knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the goodness. Chassid Yiddish for follower or guides one. In Shabbat, a goal of the Rebbe, someone living by Chassidus. Chassidus Hebrew for leaf. Gets into singing stories, Quranic signs, and volcano inspired servants of light. Chelsea nature loyal Yiddish slang. The Hasidic crowd refers to the Shabbat community or atmosphere. Chelsea nature in Yiddish. Hasidic melody. Some legends, often wordless, carry a deep spiritual intent. Chassis nature or Yiddish. Hasidic saying inside. A short teaching with inspiration or wisdom. Chassis nature say Yiddish. Hasidic story. Often about friends or Hasidic told to inspire. Cheshbon Yiddish never for soul of founding. Spiritual evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah or at that time. China's acronym for Jewish, ethnic, Fungia. Daily study cycle central to Shabbat life. China's big slang. Someone knows shit about Jewish naming. Shit on it is Hebrew for outer external. In Shabbat terms, superficial action or external motivation as opposed to India's inner. Yiddish slang. Grad. In Shabbat, Shub the word grad and idea or Chakari grad community. Chakari Yiddish slang. Acronym. Famous Shabbat catchphrase. Grab every instant or opportunity. Time for match acts. Children Yiddish or slow food soup. Rascallos food. Children Yiddish slang. Children Kubaras. Teasing term for someone who piles up or overeats and hard-rented Shabbos Kiddush. Children Saharanae. Or study partner. In Shabbat, you why you're learning money. Shabbat Yiddish slang. Shabbat often said with more or Jewish tones. Shabbat house outrageous and run by Jewish Shabbat episodes. Hustle for Tula and community. Shabbat house crashers always goes up that Shabbat house for free food events without much commitment. Shabbat like slang. Someone connected to Shabbat budget through the universe. Friendly nicknames sometimes used tongue in cheek. Chamber music or friend. In Shabbat, it now means someone close to the movement. China's club slang. Kids or youth groups organized around reciting China's. Shakinashi Yiddish Shabbat slang. To draw and catch a class without being a regular. Chelsea nature Yiddish off Yiddish slang. A Hasidic flavor taste. Refers to the special joy in living Hasidic life. Chamber and Hebrew conference. Also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities. Chick-on-the-Pew for outsiders. In Shabbat, refers to external negative spiritual forces or influences. David Yiddish for praying. Refers to Jewish prayer in general, especially with structured daily services. David of the storm slang. Bring with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy. David Yiddish slang. The act of praying. In Shabbat often implies a long meditated prayer. David the marriage has Hebrew plus Aramaic phrase. Extended prayer. In Shabbat, spending much time in prayer with deep meditation on Hasidic ideas. All living Hebrews or for species. Refers to the Limot, Ezra, Pagasi, and Targos used on Sukkos. All famous Hebrew order of units. Collecting personal space around a person. Many laws like carrying on shadows are measured by this. Small Vedas Hebrews or for gates. They were part of the Talmud Tractates Raga, Dementia, Raga Raga. So Hebrew was for comes the line and the message sayer. All preferred for portions. Or arrangements before check only. Sometimes used in magic or mystical contexts. All Yankee for prophecy dates. Refers to peasant, chocolates, rock, magenta, all receipts for worlds. All the taxes. Excellence, where I answer at precision. All time. Prayer. Stepping in Chelsea to slay. Chapel, meditation. Heartfelt. Lyric Yiddish slay. Grasp. Interpret. Shabbat. Beginning of an idea. Lyric Yiddish slay. Compliment or subverting passages. Lyric magazine. Shabbat publication slang amongst good. Did you see the new bird? Lyric a fact contributions toward believers of lower worlds. Central concept. The physical world that functions. Lyric through for dwellings. In Shabbat shorthand for the above concept. Dollar slang. The subject custom agreement distributed dollar bills for charity 2000s. Did you get a dollar from the Riga? Dollar line slang. Wait for the long lines on vehicle waiting to receive a dollar from the Riga. Russian Yiddish Hebrew for sermon. In Shabbat, often used by Indian or rabbi. Bridal Yiddish for sitting cock. Common role with Hebrew letters symbolizing a great miracle happened there. Bridal Yiddish plural for bridal. Common Shabbat first and kids programs. Bridal dressers like joke. Someone obsessed with bridal game for collecting bridals. Rash Hebrew for exposition. Refers to the homiletical level of Torah interpretation. Russian dresser Yiddish slang joke. Person who always sits through sermons and loves them. Red Yiddish slang. Nonsense, garbage. Sometimes used in yeshiva. Not pizza your head with bread. Pizza Hebrew for passionate or singing. Shabbat music. The spiritual connection, passion achieved through prayer and chastities. Make this begun Hebrew Yiddish. A slow, soulful, classic melody for meditation or prayer. Because I kept them in Hebrew Yiddish. Prayer done in a state of intense attachment or passion. Irish Yiddish for the Most High. A common Shabbat Yiddish way of referring to TV. I'm talking for without intent. It's all the chastities. TV and lessons. I want always for their exercise. We got to praise refuge and action. I'm tracking my birthday for also a title of praise for a righteous woman. Here he was for mixture. Rapid instructor allowing carrying on shadows within the defined boundary. Here chat arrows Hebrew for sports car training. Subspecific pelagic for appearance. Elicus Hebrew for deep minus. In chastities refers to divine energy as it is revealed in the world. Below Hebrew month before Rosh Hashanah. In Shabbat under the separation, Teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking. That's Hebrew Yiddish for truth. A strong Shabbat including. E.S. and M's Hebrew Chaucer. M's Hebrew for faith. In Shabbat, inner, faith and passion that faith that is felt and acted upon. Then shall I be Hebrew for complete faith. Still trust in easy without doubt. Then depend on Hebrew for faith and trust. Chastity care. Faith believing easy and trust in reliance. Then the ballad Shabbat play. The long-awaited end of it how with Moshiach. Then the times find chastity. First the era just before Moshiach's arrival. Staying at Hebrew for heat. Used before holidays. E.g. Staying at Shadows Friday, Arab sticker. Staying at Shadows Rush Play. Friends activities Shabbat household Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. Staying at Shabbat Hebrew. Extravagant. Hashing rituals allow for Spanyanto for Shabbos. Every Hebrew for secret. One of the four species for secret. In Shabbat. System place one of people, linear metric. Any Hebrew around for Sikon. Often discussed with great care among Shabbat chastity. Every box play. Protected case, often silver or ornate, or embroidery. Every Chinese play. The obsession of expecting every under night by glasses. For Jesus. Dental accidents. Healing SHTV agreement. Hospitality and caring. Upgrade the loyalty to the king's action. I'll unsatisfied fashions. Rather than humility. Expert justice here. Only affection and meeting. Amiable Finnish exclamation. Oh no. Wow. Immortal here. Combination that circles and colorful play. Margaret Swedish for gathering. No Shabbat event where chastity sit together, see shared IPI forum, inspire each other, and bring Almighty. Favorite night attraction of Margaret. Absolutely. There was a favorite last night. Favorite here once leaves of Margaret, using its older sausage, inspiring Echo. Favorite paper. Leading and of Margaret is only in real life once. Margaret commonly found in justice space. Parts of Swedish were soaked up with emotion. In Shabbat when inspired or opening someone, thou hast sex. Upgrade great chastity. Parts of Swedish were roasted. Security for speaking. Parts of Swedish slang for straight, upside. For over proceeding things. Parts of favorite play. A Margaret where everyone got over the emotional rotary law. Parts of Swedish for drag. Slang in Yeshiva. Leading drag plus
It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. It's over. It's game over. We're famous. Bitch, this bitch is over. This bitch is over. Bitch, this bitch is over. What up, baby? How you living, pimp? What's good? What's good? What up, Pascal? I'm living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's new, baby? You playing some football?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just want to check on you.
I'm here, baby, and I'm lovely. I'm fucking better than lovely. I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Right now, there isn't another fucking person on earth who's happier than I am. I'm so fucking happy.
Wow. Good. Good.
Word, dog. So what's on your for today? Oh, baby. I've been eating so much pussy, my mouth is going to be raw.
Okay.
Jewish history lectures. Word, dog. No, I haven't been anywhere. It's still early morning.
Oh, okay.
Did you have a good day?
Yeah.
That's what
Are you still watching on the?
Yeah, here, you can watch it too.
3 million Jews were killed in Poland. No more Agudas Israel there. So, ironically,
a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically took in a position where it was actually Israel. And like technically either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state. And it is really the source of your friction in contemporary Israel, because the Haredim in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society. Please.
Actually, I read the biography of Brooklyn by I started in Israel before them.
Yes.
But then they were against fighting, but he actually like met with the head of Jordan from there.
Oh, definitely. No, there was definitely
kind of a different approach, and they attacked this political guy and this band and so it wasn't only in that why.
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that is separated into. But you're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in Mr. Parente.
So actually, I just want to clarify. I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version, and not its leaders, just the average guy in HR who identifies with the idea of Jewish hardware, but isn't necessarily running over to kiss Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past the Venezuela they fall on the list?
Well, Neturei Karta, I think, is for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Neturei Karta, the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly, actually they have some in Israel too, but usually they go to the pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with faces and stuff, they're holding their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate, like, oh look, there are really support this, and it's like the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right. I'm just getting the American leaders from the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but just like they think that's heretics, but they won't necessarily say that they're any better.
I think that's fair. We also have to understand that the Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. I'm speaking primarily of the Haredi politics, like Degel Torah, and I haven't gotten into the ethnic, the Z-axis, so I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim, so they're all in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series. Ashkenazim. But when the Sephardim get involved, and there's Rashi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hope Shem Yazor. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult point I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about do you understand Crazy Uncle Meyer
holds the way he does, where he is like. Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s, wants to send his son back to the time so that he can like get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his mom there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the base of the table, and the father says, "So, Mom, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Bundist." And he says, "Oh, there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Today's class, and we'll probably lead the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what it was a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, largely existed in a certain environment. I'm going to come around with the things that are associated with modernism for our purposes. And then we boldly into this new world. We still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We are still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over to these are really deep-seated issues. And then probably we'll get to it on Wednesday. There's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian, forces Jews to think the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to on Wednesday, I don't know, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And these are the 2 classes where you're really gonna, I hope, understand why are today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined post-pogrom period of really crucial classes. But you're all here. Those of you who are not feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate society. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of the traditional Jewish wedding kind of pivotal on the root kind of mentality. And this is we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? It really begins in the 17th century and then continues the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity is not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our models that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, anyone want to define humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. Humanism.
The study of human as think of it like a whole
You're not too far off. It definitely has a human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought for meaning.
For the value of glory and humanity without.
Very good. You're excitingly putting aside, for example, Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in my is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from a religious source of truth and we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what it is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is also an expression of humanism. If we are, and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we can create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. In this course later on, but that aspect of modernism is. You know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know the rabbi or the imam thinks.
It's over.
But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the New World. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population of reliable food to eat until it's not reliable with the potato of life. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are like other cultures that have existed for hundreds of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. Like so many aspects of them that are in the larger scope, but if we focus on Jews specifically, we do two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 then we kind of like catch up to her. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the enlightenment, so it melts with Skala. Its principal effect on Jews is political, meaning we say, wait a second, till now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically a belief structure. The whole idea of Ellis, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated in this world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, as that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism began to make them think, wait a minute, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this. We could argue against this. And ultimately, they were successful, often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. You remember we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servi or Kamarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group identification. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did in part with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with a group. I can simply think. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. So this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving it in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazing it is, like, mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined, National. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws, millions laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say that. The oldest male would be married. Obviously, he could marry one wife. The rule applies to women because they're legal agents for most. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt to rather crude and cruel control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to then obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. There was a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families according to state law. Education, of course, was limited, couldn't go to higher education, things like that. Universities, some really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They would do things like stand in with their chest bare, holding onto the Torah, and saying that their promise not to lie in court. Jews would be assumed to tell the truth, so therefore this oath called the Jewish oath. These are the kinds of things that would go with pre-modern society, because again, the state dealt with this as a group and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly for Jews to bear, and modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for them. Mr. Silver, do you have a question? No? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are illiterate. Jews are going to read the ideas that most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But if you want Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into English, and these ideas begin to circulate on Jews, and they balk. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of. We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly. Jews were considered nonsense, and when religion in America, which religion was the problematic one for the colonialists? And we're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful Puritans tend to be really intense. And let's just recall, we may not be that familiar with great. Church has a major 1400 under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe, basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome movements, but basically a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther passed essentially, and his protest of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. It is, of course, against the against the power and infallibility of the Pope in Rome. Against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so it was
so like Martin Luther like famously said that we trust the Catholic and the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals can't even agree with each other on various things, like how do you take that as the word of God? If the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is or even trust partly agree with each other. And wasn't the main concern that like we shouldn't be trusting in men for what the word of God is, we should just focus on what the text say?
Right, and it's interesting. Suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism.
Yes.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, like one of his big projects, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So, but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves? What do we do with them? That is, of course, an issue that in the present day, even in the Trump presidency, is a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like crime. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? White supremacists will consider them white. Okay, white supremacists would not be white, right? Okay, they would consider fake whites. Pretend to be white to get it. Yes, Mr. Blasco.
It's the same way in Europe where Jews have like almost all the rights to Christians, but like wasn't like that.
Very good. So there's still kind of like social degradation of Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that Ashkenazi Jews, same external spirit appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress, they look like white people. So therefore, we could like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, thank you, Russia.
I mean, if I remember, the first people to discover the New World was Columbus and like Spanish. Yeah, those were I guess like Spanish Jews or like Spartans. Wouldn't they be in general darker than us?
You are absolutely that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less responds to to a degree, but not a real difference. Like in my own, I have a daughter who easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same things on as my mother, my grandmother. And people say to her, "Are you Hispanic?" They that too, Mr. Gaines, right? Like, yeah, it's like it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, so we're not talking about blue black Nigerians or something where they're really obviously a different race, whatever exactly. But Jews sort of like squeak under the wire. And also we weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church, an agenda, so we were less Americans. And why that means is that they actually made rules. Jews tend to go Mr. Krantz. So I didn't need to ask me if I was a Mexican person for your translator. Yeah, so I said no. Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about fending off the image and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. it was just too far from the center for any issues. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the more Judaeo, the Jewish oath, things like that. But in the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? There's, we got people, right? It is what is the right word? Inalienable right. Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. A few months ago, I already forgot, right? Inalienable right to life, liberty, and happiness. Pursue the happiness. So I should rewind this. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship.
It's over. Done.
Because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. They just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff in law, it was already too late. In some places, still have issues like in New Hampshire in 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. Some issues in Pennsylvania, but basically in America, this is an unusual experiment in Jews. Where we're going to focus today, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly though, you had an unusual situation. Jews really huge progress in England, which was done. King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of British divorce law, so he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right? The English Church. And it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce. Right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which in the for the basing can be Levant, for example. I don't want to say the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church vis-a-vis Jews. Technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England, they sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from them, simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew. In fact, we have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social status, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures of him. He was denied potential. He could not take the oath as a Christian, which was a requirement. So you have, until Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change or rapid change that you'll have. So social change in this case, the Jews already face legal change. But we got to focus on France, because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike English, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what's happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a break. Right? France, center of Europe, goes in an absolute monarchy, which is a technical thing. The king of France controls everything on a territorial level, theoretically. You'll recall what one of the, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the Sun King once said, après moi, after the flag. Like, everything will be a place for me. I'm the universe. In fact, he once said, that's moi. The state, that's me, meaning what I want. In the morning, and I want to wear purple, I could pass free, everyone has to wear purple. I'm name of death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. Which is not necessarily the way they set up. Huge trade in 1799, massive overturn. They end up passing this particular document. Declaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen. The Declaration of the Man and of Citizen. French, these are gendered. So a woman named Marie said, wait a minute, this includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they'd have to deal with that. And they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? Wait, hang on. That's not what we had in mind. It's true. You are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite to say you are equal to the rest of us. It's where the change, the society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then Jews too. Wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction about it. In the Sephardi class about this, and much more length than we will today. But basically, we look at the map of France. Two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is homeland, right? The Ashkenazi essentially our class. We come from here, this class. All living up here in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory, just the range where Tosco-Siberiac and things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religious to the right, populate. These are the Jews that the French were accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these French and Portuguese Jews who fled to Spain and forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s to the early 1700s. They're beginning to become much more wealthy, and they start asserting their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. 200 years after living submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure. We should be, recognized as." What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy. They're prepared to cut massive Jews, and they start arguing. We should us equal rights because we're French. We speak French. Listen to us. We speak, and we're not so I insistent on Kashrus and Shabbos and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. Should give us citizenship. Forget about the Ashkenazim. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast. Mr. Lordy.
So I'm missing what primary difference between a citizen, a equal citizen, and a non-citizen?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of the society is whether the state interacts with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern systems, before the people were centered, you would fit into us, either the Catholic Jews, and so you took all the restrictions and had all the privileges of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. Peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, mobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Lakey. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, we should try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the told you to do. If the Beit Din said, show up for Mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. Was the way you had to deal with society. Like, sorry, I refuse to affiliate. I'm like a Christian. You can't do that. The term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? As our Jews are emancipated, they can change. And once they get property, they can lose it. They're protected by rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can do any kind of occupation they want. They're bound by whatever applies to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular loses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to group conformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together, and we further away, we become assimilated. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Ariente? Corrente.
How long would it take for, obviously legally, the emancipation of Jews? How long would it take for society to fully integrate the Jews?
Mr. Prenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Point. Dreyfus. Excellent. Case in point.
Canadian government France?
Oh, yes, right? The anti-Semitism of France today is like terrifying. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? It's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory when every single French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say it never fit. It never would. You could even say it didn't work in America. Even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Because social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. And they've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that have supported them and still insufficient. So these are like, at the end of the lecture, we're still feeling these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies. They are undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly. When they suddenly have the opportunity, they just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to like taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are just doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine. We can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. When we ask the Jews how they feel about being French, We ask, who's in charge of the Jews? Say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they use thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which was way back in ancient times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. So still no problem. Let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would include not only France at this time, but a big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have really important questions for you. I have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi David Sintine. As you can see, he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in to honor the Sanhedrin itself, and the dromedary humps that are supposed to represent the 2 tablets of the law, maybe both of three. But anyway, it is definitely very cool. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not shomer Torah or mitzvos, but they're very, very invested in this diet of emancipation. And Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. Typically, it was its predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asks. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blatter. You're correct. They are not. But only since the ban of rabbinic kership, right? But still, why would Napoleon care about polygamy of all this? Why is that his first question? Mr. Rubin.
At the time, they were very interested in signing up that were very into polygamy, and therefore worried that they'd be like that for the Mormons in America.
Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on. But is this his big deal? I'm worried about Mormons who may be trans.
On American Education Forum, they asked your myself, you can say it.
Okay, but they're Americans more of a reasonable thing. Right. Still, what do you think? Guys, get too loud in the back there. Wait till after class was kept. Okay, go ahead.
This is just to keep track of if you're married to multiple wives, and you got multiple kids at the same time.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question for him. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? All right, if you guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, he's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only the 18th century, but today. But he says, I see Abraham, Isaac, well, not Isaac, but Jacob, they have like multiple wives. So, you Jews, are you guys doing that now? Is that like, I'm a little concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you would just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of render a polygamous society, a monogamous society together. How far apart are you from us? Secondly, related to this divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has a relationship to one of the big deal French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're with that. We invented divorce. Here's an important. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No, you guys marry non-Jews. Why does he want to know this?
More for him.
More for him. What do you mean by that, Mr.
If all the people in the man, if all the Jewish men are married to Franklin,
then what's going to happen to the Jewish people?
Totally.
Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is the problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this? Mr. Blash, what do you think? What do you mean, yes, we can? Hey, did you see the picture of David Sinside? Did you see his hat?
Looks like a big rabbit, but
why would he say yeah?
Probably likes his head.
Well, he's actually, he probably likes that. It's a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy, kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, you know, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up, which is essentially the same answer that you could say today about a lot of rabbis, right? They don't want to say outright to Napoleon, verboten, you know, forbidden. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But they say to him that, look at the time, gee, you know, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract them with it. They don't want to say an outright sheker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, you know, there's only so much that we can do and things happen. And they got it passed. He went on, what's question 4, right? This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implications of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Blackwood.
Are you in the rebellions?
Ah, very good. Are you going to rebel against us? Especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now, President, but you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. So do you consider this your country? Will you defend France? They apparently shout, have the minutes of this meeting, they said, jusqu'à la mort. We will defend France to the very death, right? This is also really important, though. Who appoints the rabbis? And do rabbis have, sorry for the Zoom is in the way here, do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know that? Want to make their own army? Yeah, they just want to make our own army. Or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within a state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be a lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say, you need to do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is worried. He doesn't want to have a rival for his force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? The answer from the Bible, that there is, they want to say there is no double standard for Frenchmen. You know, and again, halakhically, they're definitely on a good ground for this, and like it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew, to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but you know, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Nathan wants to hear. They do not. He does not. He does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth. You know, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in. I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending. They're still in money lending, especially with small client money lending. And can you please explain that to us? Are you prohibited to charge interest to non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 71. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and then the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain number of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century.
Over, get those fucking black gloves.
This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. It's a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and
This
King.
bitch is over.
We love Napoleon. And over here,
This bitch is over.
incredibly obscene image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the Ten Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, "Oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights," which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments. Obviously, not a full image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. Okay. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me, Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right, so here's this is the constitute and form like, I mean, it's like kind of like I'm serious. You take the yard by hour. I don't see the ball.
Yeah, what else do you right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right, yeah, I'll make it put a big one with gold cap, why not?
This emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, I mean, guys, don't, Rabbi Berelwein likes to say, you should never confuse Jews with Judaism. Right? This is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant.
I was about to say, isn't that going to shake open door?
I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. It's real, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far gone they were. But we're still leaving things. Mr. Leggett, do you have a question? No. Okay, so let's go by now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No.
Mr. Frank's flag is 10 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Parenti. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian
Dog, I just
system
want everybody to know
of
it's
12
over. We're going to be
hours,
famous.
60 minutes, right?
We're going to help
It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's organize this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos would fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy day, period of time, and eventually calmed down. But 24?
Alright, so why is so yeah, you in the back. So Rabbi, why is it
I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. I think there's two 12-hour, I think it's like on top of it to help you come to the old time with the new time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission,
we have like 8 hours per.
Let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important.
Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year. And everybody up there.
I want to move a little bit east. So far, we've been talking about France because France was sort of the leading edge of emancipation. But now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardi Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in the previous part about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, in 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. So this idea of Jews dealt as a group is something that reserved well into the 20th century to go far east as Russia. And this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? 3 years of these attacks. Many of these communities attacked multiple times. Essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jewish groups. And this is like a cloud, a very important principle in Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, but our worst enemy is Jews fear anarchy more than anything else, because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. So take you through very quickly. I want to show you these interesting charts. This is a great study by these people here. Elena Grossfeld, Levon Orokan-Sakali, and Karina Zurlavskaya. I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see this. This is just the number of pogroms, not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. Like the number of people killed for pogroms is much larger. But a huge number in 1881, a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but actually
yeah, it accepts their brutality much worse. This area of 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers
What else?
compared to the Holocaust are tiny. Like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so,
fucking over.
these used to be, people thought there was like a world where the Jews were treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to be like. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failure. The years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with
Do you see how much
political
fucking
turmoil.
confidence I have on my face?
Same thing.
There's
There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you have crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize. And let's hope that we do not go into a recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they're combined. One of the other,
what's your strategy?
But combined is terrible.
It's really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. Right? And I think you say the same thing about this year too. That if it's bad for Americans because of political turmoil and
last year,
economic downturn, much worse for Jews. Mr. Burns,
in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year,
Six years before.
This year, I don't know who.
Well, Germany had a lot of political turmoil, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. Put a pin in that particular question, because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust soon. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show off first video.
I've already drafted 25 teams.
So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse, we need to do something different. And they decided in a very, very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to the challenge. Those things that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people you know will fit into the political movements that grew out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's start. First one, family agreement. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the flee or flee strategy, flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement here in red between 1881 and 1917 when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who were included in this big migration to the United States?
Fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking
last year, yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this group here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance. But that was a joke.
And it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous.
There was actually, you can't, microphone's not picking up, but there's like thunderous laughter.
This one. Are you sure?
But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. And Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative they will actually transport themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, perhaps more significant. It was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the golden Medina, it is the trade of Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America. But Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this way of movement were actually rebels. They were like refusing to go along with it in many cases. Mr. Vasilevsky.
They kind of get all the way. It's like Australia, I guess, centering knowledge. That's Asia to the side. Really,
and it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available.
Basically, there are a few places where
they're not
you should
going to
call
another
them.
running back.
Borders were very different.
I don't want to let it
Beginning
snake.
At the end of the 19th century, 20th century, borders were far more permeable than they are even today. This was a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming and needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they came and just said, here I am, ready to be a citizen, and it worked. You follow our question?
Well, yeah, how come I noticed they kind of just like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely? It's more in these random areas.
Well, excellent question. I mean, they're not exactly random. There are reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of latter migration. That is very common in many minorities, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from their place already
so many different times.
So, like I know there's a guy named Moshe Hyde, you know, his brother, I worked with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go with Moshe. I never met him, but you know, he comes from, so I'm going to go set up here. And this is where a lot of South African Jews, there are reasons for South African Jews coming here in the first place, gold mines, things like that. But, Lithuanian Jews. So a lot of Litvaks and migrated specifically to South Africa.
Either
running
back or running
back. There's not a lot, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's because they're fleeing Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that attracts a lot of South. Mr. Rubin.
I'm not sure that there's a theory that the reason the Jews came after the Holocaust are much more religious are because they're going to stay back.
There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's more of an observation. They don't say that. Regardless the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to immigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, you know, I don't care. I'm going to set up my own. I go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that's American. I'm going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak English even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized, right? It's very the phenomenon associated with this immigrant. On the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who want to stay in Poland.
I think I'm going to do that. I
don't have sound on. I can't believe
draft a kicker. I best kicker in NFL history last year.
Why would they I understand you guys like social media and your laptop, all right, sorry, Mr. Chris. I was able to go back to this place. Exactly. That's why they're post World War II, right? Yeah, post World War II. I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastating. There's no there they know. They're engendering active. So really they're encountering active hostility from the Wolf, the Kielsko, and elsewhere. They're saying, well, that's it. I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about choosing America. America's forced from them. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself into America. I'm going to make America into myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shtetl should have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood, places like that. And they had a huge impact.
Now the running backs that are going to be
follow-up
available
question is that what about the enlightened Jews of the time who stayed in Europe because they thought it was so great for them no matter what? But those people came to America after not much of us either.
Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those Enlightenment Jews, largely, but most of them were killed. And those that did make it, I think, they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, I myself, like, my parents are Holocaust era, born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything.
So you ready?
It's amazing that we have anything. Mr. Abbott,
so kind of question on the enlightenment point. I know that one of the two major points that Jews immigrated.
I finished this draft.
Immigrated to.
They should just frame this and not the game. The NFL should just show this
was actually
8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team.
I know that
just the names
many
and
of the
how good I
Jews
draft.
did immigrate through Galveston.
Any other questions?
Did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like reformed communities, so traditional, which definitely is much more of like towards the enlightened than the shtetl that we saw on the East Coast. Right. So there definitely were Ashkenazi Jews who came to America and did set down and continue the enlightened movement.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America today. We're talking about leaving Russia. But we're talking about America post-war. Post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number 1, right? Emigration. This is probably the biggest strategy.
This guy's got lemon baby on his. I mean, it's just. Rather than turn into a 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before they kicked him. Just kind of fortunate I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for the year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal on his special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's next. So, I mean, I had everybody. I don't know for everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted him. He hasn't played in the league in years. It was just right. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, I'm drafting in less than an hour. And I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year, I had number 2 overall. This year, I'm number 11. So there's a lot more into this that I don't. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of really good teams. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. And there's a piece I coach. Doesn't get this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this one's working. There's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. I was gonna be cable. I was gonna be my guy. I was gonna be that. I was gonna be Twitter. I was gonna be Facebook, Instagram. There's going to be Discord. Discord's how they get to me. Financial and I like to plug everybody on the side. It's going to be the currency of the world. What else do you want to say? You're this confident. You're the fucking boss. I mean, I'm either going to be dead. Held somewhere against my will. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Pretty sure. I'm taking these programs on everything. I can pass. All minds. Just
Yo, what up? Can you hear me? Anna, how old are you? Anna, how'd you find out about me?
Uh-huh.
How'd you find out about me, Anna?
Oh, go get that.
Make it limited reach.
Signal prayer sent by orders and services, sanctified God as name.
Anna, you gotta be 18 years old to be in here.
Used to describe that means kosher standards. Or line. Influola refers to the divine mind of life, wrong in the creation.
This is the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the research to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They're very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people writ large. So I'm not going to go into details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those is Leon Bronstein, known by the name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the empire is it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere from the entire Russian empire. He's got a hard one. Yeah, but he ended up becoming an incredible general. He was a leader of amazing when a Jew could reach such heights in mind, but not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of the Jews would say things like Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When they say social democrat, it's another word for like communist. And so this is the second major strategy, is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday, but just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, like the idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism. That's a term I invented, which is basically like the Agudis Yisrael and Haredi movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thank you for learning. All right, we have some great things, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. Because when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life and duty and all that stuff.
When we learn about the Enlightenment?
Yeah, no, I say it had to be from. It has to be about reality, about how do we get to the. History. One of the cool things about history is like it's really about how did we get here in the first place. Like you're driving along some kind of country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, a map or map is like a very large piece of paper that sort of geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, oh, now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the 2 issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word haskel, which means like to grow intelligent, right? He's calling around that Hiskalti. From all my teachers, I gained the wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. Kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the local veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sentence. I said it so well, just off the top of my shoulder, like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, whoa, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where is truth, how to find this truth. And that obviously leads to a decline in overall religiosity. That, of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, of like new energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why, for the first time in history, people are actually trying to think themselves, or not the first time in history, the first time in, 1,800 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, speaking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables.
To start questioning things, and start questioning things for yourself.
question, those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-Sophists, meaning guys and like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that, because they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? Which sets we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That's its Mila, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit further.
That process start happening when people start questioning that?
Ooh, it's a good question. That's like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, then that picks up energy and steam and it gets on to another person. And even if the person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge outlet. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, in your math classes. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with like reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 like deep meditations. What is the world? This one says, how do I know that anything is? How do I know it? Yeah. Maybe I am like dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. It's one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass speakers, and they an entire world in their brains. Like that, Anyway, I shouldn't say that in class. And on recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things, there's no other possible logical inference, but in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? No, it could be that I exist. Thank you, Mr. Doom, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, it's I, therefore I am. He says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm, because it's logically impossible to exist. And from there, I went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just think, maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe others. It's like you're in a loving marriage. You say, well, don't really know my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you're already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or don't. Either feel it, but don't start questioning it, because look at it, you might find out it's not as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice. Unsolicited marital advice, a bunch of single guys. That's really useful. Okay, let's go to the last stuff. Mr. Abrams, then we gotta go. Is it better to be naive? That's a good question. You should ask Mishlei that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech, because with much knowledge comes much sorrow, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like, what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression?
Yeah, but I'd say that ain't the house that's still like safe.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Guys, you're getting me off topic. You don't want to get me off topic. That's not my history. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570.
Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Ramchal visited Ferrara many times. Interesting history. But anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out. They cross a river. They live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Azaria Del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a proofreader, right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the town of Ferrara, and every day is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day, except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak, and discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shittim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, there's a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they are celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth. And we had great conversations. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it.
Yo, what up, Cam? What up, Splingly? How you living, baby?
And he ends up writing a really called Meor.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, hello. Splingly, how you? Splingly. Splingly, how's your day going? Splingly.
Well done.
Splingly. Yo, yo. We're just watching history lectures.
Don't be confused, because that's been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's like the first real book of the Haskalah, or maybe say it this way: the Haskalah I already told you is basically like the late 18th century, but the Meor Einai kind of like foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books. Who's writing on? Well, I think Mr. Lipschitz, who was actually taking this course on a book received Haskamos, and then the Haskamos are later yanked. People felt that it might have abuses in it. Controversial books like that. The Meor Einai, and first received lots of Haskamos, including from Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan. And then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that. I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that
everybody liked was you were a big chapter on the history of and that's cool because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Hasela idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level.
Plainly, can you hear me, dog?
It's not a college.
Can you hear me? Yo, you know who Wappy Flanker is? Plainly, how's your day going? Did you find out about me from Twitch? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Is your microphone working? I can hear you just have like white noise coming out.
unless there's some really good report. I've done the mock draft so many different times. Basically, you're going to take any players from last year. Well, maybe. Unless they're just so then running back. So that gets us sixth round. Running backs and wide receivers, fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth. Quarterbacks and running backs. Running back, wide receiver, all the way. The late tight end. I have to think about it. Then I think it's called See, but I think it's for these mock drafts. They don't draft the way people do. Yeah, because like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be able to. I don't think it's smart. Running backs that are going to be available. I finished this draft. They should just frame this and not play the game. NFL should just show this. Every Sunday, just show my fucking team. Just the names and how good I drafted. Anyway, any other questions? Because I love you. You watch my box. I just want everybody to know we're going to be famous. He's taking me. Would you rather? entertaining. People watch us, you know, I really understand what's going on in my head because I feel terrible. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, we'll go in the back. The rabbi, why is it over? I can't abuse it. One reason why I have to do this video is trying to find this stuff. 8 hours later, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year. And everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I think the team that has been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was.
Yo, dog.
I mean, it was so
Splangy. Can you hear me, dog? Splangy. Hello. Can you hear me? Splangy, I will talk with you. I want to know what's going on in your world, how your life is. Can you hear me, dog? Yo. Yeah, I can hear myself with the other one, so it's not on my end.
I mean, it's just. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage for their skin and special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's next. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played the league in years. It was just. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting less now. I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I'm number 11. So there's a lot more randomness I can draft a. I can watch our running backs. Really don't know. It depends on who's got the board. And from there it's basically an action. This shit. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. There's gonna be kick. There's gonna be TikTok. There's gonna be Twitter. There's gonna be Facebook, Instagram. There's gonna be Discord. Discord's how they'll get to me. Remember that?
Jim Jefferson.
every Sunday, just show my fucking just the names and how to do it. Any other questions? Bring us to the back. I love you. Please touch my box. I just want to know, it's over. I want to be famous. You're going to help us with peace. Please take you do, Rabbi. It seems like everybody's opportunities. I'm here alone, so here. Questions. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this, you know, you can tell me yourself. Just let me know what's going on right Alright, so why is that? So, yeah, you know the back. So, Grandma, why is it over? I can't abuse it. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is draft through fantasy teams. Like 8 hours per day. Which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year. And everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I think the most amazing fantasy team in the history of Spirit is the best. I think the team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. It was so good. I think I really think that certainly the history of fantasy football, most likely the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general. You know, it's put together a squad the way that I did. And the DFL did. We came in head far last. Nevertheless, the squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft this week. I know I'm going to draft as well as I did last year. But they're never going to fit. If the fastest motherfucker in the league, this guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just, by the time we had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before we came up. Just kind of fortunate. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. Massage for their skin. Special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's picks. I mean, I had everybody. I don't know if everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played for the Bucks. It was just. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting less than I don't know what we're draft. Last year I did number 2, I think. This year I did number 11. So there's just thinking about like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know who's on the board.
Shit is over. I'm gonna be famous. Facebook, Instagram. Just pretend I'm getting financial. It's gonna be this confident. I mean, I'm either gonna be dead, somewhere against my will. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Sure. I'm taking these about everything. Genius. Just in time. This bitch is over. What's your strategy? What's your strategy? What's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, it all depends on the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the 14th pick as well. Just have to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams.
certainly the history of fantasy football most likely the history of sport. Not fantasy, but sport in general. No one's put together a squad the way that I did. And the PFL did. What's the deal? He came in dead fucking last. Never left the squad. I'm gonna draft, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to draft. I know I can't draft. Pick the fastest motherfucker, 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. By the time we get to, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in hand of us. I wish the first came up. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I have the Super Bowl winning quarterback. But it's actually, I have the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage or scandal with his special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's next. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted top rated. Anyway, it's enough on last year. It's not this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year, I ended up at 12 pick. This year, I'm at 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting. I could watch a running backs in the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's going to be on the board. There's me some this shit is over. This shit is over. Okay, so it's working. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. There's gonna be kick. There's gonna be TikTok. There's gonna be Facebook, Instagram. Discord's how they get to me. I like to plug everybody alongside Teddy now. It's going to be the. What else? This confident. Fucking sure. I mean, I'm either gonna be dead. Somewhere against my will. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking feel I'm taking these programs on everything.
in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, it all depends on different levels of thing. And then I think I've got the 14th pick as well. Just in the house right now, I've done dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 players. I'm within one of these. You guys should see my WNBA tendencies. I'm telling you right now, the shit have the fucking referee This is like the worst fucking video. At least the other one you were singing songs that was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're getting better. It gets even worse, I guess. Whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs. It's like, oh, I'm gonna advance because this, to this, and this. This sucks. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was going to go out. I thought those guys can't just such a good fucking can't live past, man. Towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fancy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So really make sure for guys, they're going to go really quickly.
1. 5. Find the rising, mother of Casey and Esau. He rolled during blessing for Casey 4. 27. Remote region of Casey for the people have and hard. The sovereign seat of Judah is of the United Monarchy 112. Firstborn of David and Leah, founder of 5 of Genesis 29. 32. Lost firstborn rise to his prophet Genesis 35. 22. Hebrews for friendship. So that like woman, converted to King David, married, Boaz, and became great-grandmother of King David of the Ruth. Samson Egypt needed for little son. Judge of the trio little for immense spread. Defeated Philistines 6,000 to Delilah Judges 13. 16. Samuel Message school Hebrew for her by God. Prophet, judge, and mentor of Solomon David 1 Samuel. Central figure in addition to monarchy. Saul Shaw Hebrew for passport. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9. 31. Senator of the Canaan and Senator of God have replaced brothers. Assyrian kings of the siege 36 to 701 BC, but failed to kings 18. 19. Seth Hebrews were appointed for practice. Son of Adam and Eve, given his place of Abel Genesis 4. 25. Ancestor of Noah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, Babylonian names given to Canania, Mish, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into parentless for refusing idolatry Daniel 3. She might be good for my face. Relative of Saul who first David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. She wrote Hebrew for beautiful warfare. One of the midwives who defeat Pharaoh next order to kill Hebrew since Exodus 1. She's a white Hebrew female figure in Solomon's songs. Prosecuted people from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon she wrote Hebrew for her. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon Genesis 29. 33. Solomon Shlomo Hebrew for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Still first temple, same for wisdom, 1 king. 11. Denmark Hebrew for make calm. Daughter-in-law of David who secured her rights name, gold action Genesis 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Sarah Hebrew for the labor station. Father of Ahab, Never, and Mary. Migrated from her subordination Genesis 11. God, third of Gideon 8, crossed into some of Zechariah temple. Korean Hebrews exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15. 38 for pleasant engages by light. Seated warrior. David has Harvey, husband of Bathsheba. Prayed and killed by David Samuel 11. Never for my strength is WH. King of the 8 CBG. Sponsor until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for honor. Son of King Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30. 20. Zedekiah WH is by rights. Last of Judah before Babylonian exile, Kings 24. 25. Zetbabian Zebulun Hebrew for WH has been. Prophet, author of book of Zetbabian 7, CPG. Zerubbabel Hebrew for Sophie Babylon. Leader of the Shepherdess from exile, rebuilds temple foundations Ezra 3. Zechariah. Symbolic Hebrew for her. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his son Timeline. Creation till 3,760 BC. Strengthening for death of Joseph till 1,450 BC. Exodus to create. Shenlong 8. Number. Second source. Israelite slavery plagues. Exodus. Sinai. Tabernacle.
College like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we're using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, is not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
Considering it's been like, so to speak, canceled in a day by a lot of other rabbis.
Yep.
How divided was the support on the, because it sounds like everyone famous opposed him and everyone else was neutral but everyone famous opposed him. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people think, oh, this is fantastic, great, and then later something says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, but it doesn't come out right away typically. Mr. Loicky, and then Mr. Tillman.
You don't see your showing though, using out there books like Aristotle and science.
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides for using Aristotle?
But fair, I'm saying that it's not like the first person to bring this idea out.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rambam. Right, he's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside with for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally a church source, not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I was wondering, using any of the literal ideas that, not using mental. So, right. What was considered game stuff?
Well, more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with history science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way. It's translated into English. It's somewhere in the literature section of the book, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the we have not discussed here, but at least a couple of you have been in part of Jewish history class. Is the Portuguese diaspora. Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Rhodes the first modern Jew, and by modern he meant like outlook on life, and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty. The reason being, unlike the Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1490, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, able to get out of Portugal and start establishing Jews throughout Europe as Jews who were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they're already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving them. This is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jeremy, you got a question? You look like you got a question. No, you're good. Okay. You don't have to be sorry. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Ilui, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Truman, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment, because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have. Case in point would be America, 1776, where they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, people, this idea that all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, but Jews were included in the We the People. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we about after this lecture, massive impact to the side of the ocean, but right in the middle of Europe, and when they did equal rights, that was mind. And basically, following on from the Moses Mendelssohn, his biography is interesting. Comes from Prussia, and he's a self-taught, he's an autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole lot of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. The majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mama Lashon. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But then when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, come, or, basic things, or hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely when I get my dry cleaning done, right? Because almost cleaners in America for some reason are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name, and I know how to write it. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger or anything here? No? You might have a marker in the drawer. In the drawer, that will be. I will show you my secret Korean name if I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it to you. Why you might ask, why, Dr. Evans, do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said, after about a month, they said, forget it, we need some funny young soup. That name means like Mochachayan or something like that. Young soup. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? He said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. Over here? I do. Yeah, here. Is this a marker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not one marker. How do I make it work?
No, that's fine.
Right, the button. Yeah, let's go to button. So, I should be trying to. It was that good.
It's not really.
I'm here. That's right. If I write it on here, will it go on there?
No.
So you can show it. Okay.
It's not bad.
Here we go.
Oh, it's white.
There it is. Young. That's the other thing. But I know how to say like you and like, welcome. And how are you doing, sir? That kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. Korean is really capped. I only know the very little. But if I lived, I would probably learn a lot more than you. Not that I'd be a very genius, not that I'd write a Korean or give a lecture in Korean, but I would be able to have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So most had that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the reps of the community, who were close to the prince or the nobleman, would act at much better levels of it. We see this also in the Gemara. There's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you needed to have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think Yehuda Nasi's son-in-law, if I remember correctly, Rebbe's son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beat Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, that's why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and communicate. And he has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay from and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility visit to the court of the Maggid of Nazareth, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. They got involved with non-Jewish ideas, they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, it's possible to stay from and also engage outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positives and negatives. By the way, this background image here is from a painting of him and a priest Lavater, who's shown over. At least we show you the whole image, but it's still colored blue, I think, because it was like in a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice the hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal Shidduch line that came from Moses' son. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? That when he was set up with his basher, he comes walking up to the front porch Shidduch day, and on the second floor, she looks up and sees it. By the way, he's in this picture too. I got to be the actual picture. She sees him and she's oh my gosh, he's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to meet him. And her mother says, how can you do this? He came all the way here and it's so impolite. She's like, I can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother parades the darts, so you must sit down. You have to have a Shidduch day for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses in. They sit down in the park. They go back then. The parents are outside. It was like chaperoned, but not strictly street, bullshit. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long Shidduch day. Actually, pretty long day. Sorry? It's going well. It's going well. It's going well. And I was like, what's happening? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out, first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards, the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so dead set, you didn't want to meet him. And I remember, she said to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you generally are all familiar with. 40 days Kohen Yitziras HaVlad, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas kol goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, bas ploni ploni, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas kol, and I saw that you were my basher. But I saw that hunchback, and I davened in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy's genius, right? He's really smart. So, in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of like this whole deal of being open to outside society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran, this guy here named Luther, and they have like these deep conversations. You guys use the term DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavender betrays him. Right? It's a weird kind of thing. They publish books really easily. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing. We don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. The whole kind of Mendelssohn never converts them. Again, they write books to each other, little diatribes, it's all popular press, but this is like, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the, which you can't see, I should have cut it up, is a playwright named called Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. It's Nathan der Weise and Nathan the Wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and stuff like that. We love that. Okay, so give you an example of how Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. Like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He's kicked out of his town anytime. And it's happened still in the 1770s. A crisis erupts in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" And there's like this. There's a whole interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much details, but basically they go to the Duke and they say, "Duke, we got to do something. It's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead. Just in case, right?" It was a huge thing all over Europe. There are these crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency coffins like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows and the flag goes up. Imagine walking by the graveyard and seeing these things pop up. They had the bells, so you could be walking by a cemetery and all of a sudden you hear the bell. Someone has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency, dig me out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews?
If you're buried in dead.
Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider burial the quicker, the better in general. But we do have an idea of cover mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there and be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, within 24 hours. And typically we don't use coffin Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate even the coffins we use here at Footslarets have holes drilled in the bottom of them that the little worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our, that's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design mace. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the mace. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov is initially dumped, doesn't know how to deal with this. He says, you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind with Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the Duke, I think it is. He convinces them to make a clear exception for Jews. This is their practice. The other thing he does, says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, halamas hameis, the dead body remaining, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. For example, this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of these indoor cave graves. You have them in Beit Shan, you have them in Rehavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Judaism was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not inhumed. Then, of course, I'm sorry? Yeah, absolutely. The Likud Tzamos, right? The holiday, like a yontif, that after your parent or loved one would decompose, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know, it's wild. If you go to the Met, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, and they have it in Israel. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we used to do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Eucharist? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be secular public health is our motivation. Where you also see this in your own lifetime is during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what we would call today a Haredi approach, a sheikh, a shripa. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis, tend to left wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minyan on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Yes. A lot of schools were shut down Yom Kippur. Yeah, we do. Well, they put a little way back in. Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same tension that we have with the premature burial ceremony. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn would approve of the halachic compromise of Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1780, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through with it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian, and then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this thing, but this was a result of the Haskalah going way too far in that particular direction. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of the Haskalah with the great Royal Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
Was there a central orders for fighting against around fever?
Finding what, I'm sorry?
Or I guess arguing with around fever?
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger, he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they put it with. Geiger said, none of actually true, just do what we want. Kind of extreme language. I want to come to this a little later in this, but yeah, essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with the Abraham diagram, we'll lose to the early reform. Remind me your last name, sir. Mr. Levine.
John's revolver, the first one that was made for anything to get right back to life. And Or you think it was speculative?
Yes, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. In Mendelssohn's time, his years, I think he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty firm, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community worlds. Samson Raphael Hirsch, whose years are 1808 to 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's very different. Yes.
Very tough question. Right. I know that today we're already past that. But if not for his influence, so on the Yakish communities, like how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more insular, like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tuman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say, the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassan Sofer, who's a contemporary of Samson Raphael Hirsch, essentially seeking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the Geiger, who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, meaning the regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Raphael Hirsch, he carved out a kind of a middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different people, but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 200 years later.
This is another what we known as neo-Orthodox, right?
Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur that I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as trying to say, like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe with the long dark clothes and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Rav Samson Raphael Hirsch's approach. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters, wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like could have been written and folded. Wow, life-altering. 19 Letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who is thinking about going OTD and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the youngest?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Gretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OTD stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Gretz. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say. It's so complicated, but it's a really great philosophical treatise. What is Judaism? Written in German. And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already from. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide for the Perplexed, writing for people on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
With your first, like, trying to be practical, by saying that this is the only way to go forward. It needs to be orthodox in the world, or if you use a brain like that's ideal, though, so you do it what you're saying is that
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as lechatchila, or did he have it? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess viewed it as lechatchila.
Were his contemporaries that were the allies? Did they?
No, it's controversy. Definitely. All these people have controversies floating on them. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. You know, it just trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? He had Torah. Definitely doesn't. No, there's no rabbi who totally avoids controversy. I think even the Chavetz was criticized, but people, I like piety. I guess they recognize their piety, but there was a lot of criticism. Yeah, let's not get too far away, but I will say one more thing. And before Hirsch, yes, really important. We probably will skip over some of the damage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvos, right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? And we're going to just do that. It's fancy. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized is there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah, there's all kinds of things. It was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Austritt, which means like the escape or separation, good translation. Austritt. That we can't deal with these Jews anymore. And the term Orthodox wasn't even invented. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to be with Malaka, whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge, you know, because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. He's like, they love us criticize. What do you mean? I'll take Russian separate from the community. And he literally drew a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise in the sense that we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so it can be more German. We'll trim our beards. If you think that's a little bit too radical, we have this version here with more facial hair. But we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Kashrus, Taharas, and Mishpacha. And our shul, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay, so we can argue more about it. Let's go back in Eastern Europe. What's going on in Eastern Europe? Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept. Let me just make sure I got the right slide here. Oh, I have it. It's a different present. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities. They tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, Städtler, and sometimes in large cities. But their population can sometimes half. Beredichev, for example, had about 1% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western Jews were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragic 20th century, they speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, they really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we talked, I know it's not the planned lecture, but we're kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typical synagogues. What are they called? Temples. And why would
to pretend that it's the service like we did in Jerusalem, and we don't have it, we can still practice that way.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are in Judaism? 3. Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. So one at a time in Jerusalem. So what does it mean if you build a building in Temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff. Let's go back. At that point, removing all reference to Mashiach and things like that. This is our temple right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Oh, you should give us equal rights as this because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our Jerusalem. We're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy. They're not. They just mentioned later they would be. But then, no, what's their thing? They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially it found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, who's writing on Yiddish, someone bring history of the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which was basically German written Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, and people like that, Yvonne Paris, or Zionism. Right? That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this, God willing, on Monday. Zionism becomes really big as a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression, not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, Jewish socialism, again, more for the next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a professor. He was a Mitnaged, came from the Midnaged here for this. He hated Hasidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Bogomaises and these wonder-working rebbe's, and he said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really took tremendous amount of efforts in developing the school system, was very widespread. But he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title which escapes me right now. Maybe some of us, when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title of his book. It's right now. Megalit Mirim, right? That revealing the hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's Mirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing, Hatmana? But into that maybe? Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They realized it was backfire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, wow, those Hasidim are so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. Like, backfired on them big time. Yeah,
There's no Peter Stormer, which is basically we need more fun for nostalgia, but nowadays it's a song because we're
yeah, it is. It's funny how it changed. Okay, now I want to take you to one really, and then going on today, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must. Talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? Those are pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of the periods, and I think this is really important for understanding politics today. The darkest periods of Jewish history in the first half of the 9th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Haftarah element in a very big way. This man, Tsar Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. He's both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he had to put down rebellions there too. So it was Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says, they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? That is the rabbi and God. Like they don't look at me as the supreme autocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what do we do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It'll be fine if, as one of his later ministers, one of the later ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is hire this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the Crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get language, which will be a big deal. They'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist, get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like nothing. And Magnifiel, big Gala supporter, says, fantastic. Here's my chance to get these backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. Ended up in Interior. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Nicholas I's motivation, although the Philo-Semite, was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why should you even consider this? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it.
The translate that also and more like education.
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia is a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Mr. Ederson.
Before their kids' safety.
Explain that, please.
They're worried that if they don't make at least visible effort to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be hosted when they're
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the reason is quite a bit sharper. Get to a straight around last chance.
maybe their schools are so good and the system that there was and a lot of people want to integrate those elements.
Good guesses. Good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children handed to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle. In Russia, century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And it's a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go into the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varied from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They would show up after Sukkot. You had to deliver 10 people. Jews that historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. He removed the bind your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, they already had some exposure to Gemara, they already had the Bar Mitzvah, they probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in a military school called, that's why they get the name Campanists, and then serve 25 years military. imagine it? Your 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by conversionist pressures, and then 25 years in the army. Mr. Abrams, they're out there, of course. Actually, they did. They did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't take for them. Religiously across the board, but they had at least some token representations of that. But, like the schools. Good, Mr. Tillman, how does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do in this context? I speak about it, sort of. You got a tour, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then the Jewish parents had this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 5 years, to a school that would actively try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now, here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for the darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry to end on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose? Who chose the children who would go? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas, the Jewish Kehillah, which we've spoken about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. So every October, the Jewish synagogue, foundation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad here. It's like amazing. It's like mind-blowing that it's actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Not the point in the 1850s, the Jewish community hired professional Jewish kidnappers to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. It's like hard to believe, but many testimonies kids who went through, and this created a huge rift in the Jewish community because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. Mr. Rich, sorry?
They kind of face everything that Jews are going for.
Absolutely. Completely internally corrupt the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when kids grow up, they become missionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at me. It's so corrupt. It was really the darkest period of Jewish history. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come on Monday. It's a must-attend, okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Okay, we're ready to talk then about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for the people on YouTube. I feel like writing back to them saying, you do it on YouTube anyways, whatever you want to do. Okay, so here we go. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from real Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did work on the section already, one of the neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism, traditional Hasidism, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of some practice and belief, if we take it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old religion. The term Orthodox was coined for about another 6 years. It would be coined actually as an insult. It's designed because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say Jewish, as opposed to us Reform Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is just the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalit Amos of Halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalit Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used, if you're willing to find a term to describe that had not had a contract before that, they would have used the term Lalvaka, which means so. They later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidim. So in terms of like, do they believe? The answer is obviously yes. Jews are on the same page with. Do they believe in the key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, if we're going to become a ger, you have to teach them the basics. Join a club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. What's the second one, Mr. Lang? Tefillah, right? Taharas and Mishpacha. Is it important? The third one? Kashrus, exactly. Those are the 3 really big things. If you've got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of Kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what the way I'm translating here, Taharas and Mishpacha, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with things, what is next? Yes, tons of tiny little details. For example, even with Taharas, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And you have a board, a yad board, or you have to have a board, takas board. These are tiny little details so that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But general parameters for regular people is they are really similar. If you were a Martian coming to this and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing, Litvish standing side by side, you wouldn't tell the difference. Not even Martians, actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim didn't say, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? Remember, Sam Sober, Chadash, Asur, Min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, raise a Chadash, Bar Haya. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should something that used to be done long ago. Mr. Kranz.
We might want to say before that relief is just talking crazy is the way we left up in Tefillah, the difference between how them like they're idolatry, everyone's rolling over the expression in his shoulder.
We are going to go to all the things that drove the Nesnagisi shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, like the high point of the show to give it away before we really get it. Let's try to understand a little bit, what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative, see them, what's new is stuff being forgotten, not used, all this stuff is so old that people forgot. So they're not introducing for the non-Hasidim. Not them, of course, there's acknowledging that, no, these things are taka new. So, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly. I mentioned, I think, last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You can go Lifnim Mishusin, or you go Mishursin, or you go Lifnim Mishursin. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your head. Right? You can't shave your payas with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some question about like an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the side of your head. The Hasidim, as it were, say, well, if you can't shave it, or you can trim your payas, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low. We're going to use curling irons to make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it in the Kabbalah of the Ari, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these payas. There's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where did Litvaks start wearing payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Kahn, that some of the things that Hasidim did well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting bit by bit little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholent with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like so long ones. Mr. Gon, wait, Parente. Yes, it does. Absolutely. Example of Hasidim following this Nagdic custom. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic yeshivas spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's kind of like the value is studying text, and especially Torah, the revealed Torah. That's what they so that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go to the actual history. We got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: why did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of swallowed up a huge swath of southern Poland. And how did it get so fast? There's a few historiographic models. I'll walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Schwed. Recall, we talked about him. He's like the first encyclopedic of modern times. And he's like kind of like Loic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, or in Russian, and his history was designed in ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by non-Jews, and nevertheless, heroically moving ahead, ideas and civilizations like that. And really, you should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Gretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with the historian von Treitschke. Did I discuss that in this one? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in this question. Get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Gretz's approach. But he's kind of like, you look in the 1880s and 1890s, it was translated to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Judaism. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, and it fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. Right? That's his approach is that Hassan expanded large because those Jews they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Krantz? Do you have any problem with
First of all, it wasn't. You're saying that they didn't have. They were illiterate.
They are much less literate than other Jews.
Yeah, that they weren't even in the quote unquote responsible time period. They would never have been allowed to get home education in Germany or England.
Okay, yeah. So it's never. But that doesn't change his argument.
Right, but I would say that it's more of the idea of the hopefulness to be able to serve Hashem better than having to do any literacy. With that, shouldn't give people a way to serve Hashem without having to worry. Without having to say, oh, you don't have God, you can't serve Hashem.
So you're mechabe to the historian, Shimon. I remember, I know it because I talked about how we shot in 1940, right? But we've seen a lot of conflict. Now we're specifically on Hasidism. Unlike Gretz, most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia. And he wrote in Russian as well as in Hebrew, if I remember correctly. He says, no, you got it all wrong. Hasidus is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas, they were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Gretz, you should not criticize the Hasidism, the movement. They're actually the Zuntite, really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So a very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Huber is kind of like he explores Dubno's thought even further. Martin Buber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy read in his comments that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because of the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell, and like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is glowing, I want to be Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now here's my favorite. Not Gershon Stoll is not my favorite. I do think he's great too. Gershon Stoll really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers to Shabtai Tzvi and even actually converted. They stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as their baked-ins and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. France.
What the question is, what don't fall around that time? And it also was a little before, and I've heard people say it was deficit, it was for it. Was is
before Hasidus was born, but that much before, about 4 years before the Pentecost. Okay. So let's go. Here's my favorite now. This guy's my favorite. Ben Sion Dinor. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Talk to me about this. Yeah. Right. Mr. Abrams, I said you guys, Ben Sion Dinor is great. Because related to the
You know what it is?
no.
I just know the Hebrew law is better. He does.
And related to Dinor? Is Dinor maybe changed? I don't know. Can you change his name maybe?
I don't know.
Okay, you'll have to look it up. You have a computer there. Wait, Wikipedia will do it. Ben Sion Dinor is great. You know why I love Ben Sion Dinor's approach? Because he uses the Abramson rule. Before Abramson was even born, he used the Abramson rule. And he basically says about money. What are you guys all talking about? Ideas and thinking and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Schlachter, Polish, the Yiddish, the Poritz. Right? The Poritz owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his Latifundia, with the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? Or the pits hired the rabbi. So the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a sinecure. The Shella in the pulpit was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poet to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special on kosher meat to the rabbi. So tax Shabbos candles went to the whole pile of things like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi. People could spell it something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
They're not related. I checked it. One of them changed their names to different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want to have anything to do with these, all I can think like profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. Like these corrupt rabbis who fought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. And these guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and to spry over their problems. Those are the guys we want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict with Messiah, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you think? Yeah, like the butcher shop, which is typically a show it too. Right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat. Right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, it did not come with the blood in it. You had to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class where it had a salt like liver. Complicated thing. You buy the meat, it's like comes like that in a plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyway, so if you would buy it from the Chokei, who is paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I have to have Hasidus Shkita. I can't go to the regular Shkita. I need to go to the Hasidic Shkita. And so you have a Shkita that from Sion Zinor says it's a revenue stream. Directs it away from that. Rabbi goes through it. Let's say, for example, the Litvak Shal and chakras during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you know, you're following the that says, you know, you have to be done when you're ready. Like, let's say 8:30, 10:30. So you're going to have another shul. You can't do it the same. Especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different entitlements. A new revenue stream. And there's an argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. If you have a Hasidic right, you can like elect to supply as opposed to giving it to corrupt rabbi that's hired. Mr. Burns.
Initially, was visiting, you know, basically excited because they like to other.
Yeah.
How did those become?
We're gonna get there. I know I gotta get to the drinking part because that just had poured, but we'll get there. Mr. Kranz, quick one.
Is it so far off? I'm Jewish world, the idea of having to be part of it. It's so far off.
But Mr. Kranz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
But what's the rabbis going around town to town without eating and dying? Do they just to order the spiritual holy?
Necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see. I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments. Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female rebbes in history. There's a famous maiden of Luzmir, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a tish. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of like interesting ways in which, if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, then all of a sudden there's new practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is like Chabad Shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbitzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that Rebbitzin 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, Kala bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Albert writes quite a bit about Hasidism appealed to women because there were new opportunities for them to express it. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this happened to the masses. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's a colleague, Moshe Rothstein, actually a senior colleague, a big impact on my own research. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it. Many scholars were then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really very nervous about what kind of things could get out. So he was one of the very Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was one part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, because I was a laxist, the Communist Party, I've done all kinds of cool things in early 1990. He was one of the first guys to go back there, and he Medjugorje, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. Because the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivrei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of good name. That was published decades after he lived. And it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat this. It's not a history book. And we saw the questions. Did he live? So Moshe Rossman went and directly to Medjugorje, where he's supposed to have lived, and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here in written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You can find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Brown. Don't look it up on the thing. But Mr. Rubin, quickly.
I don't think it's but people say that it's like Sagan didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not everything about him is true, but he pre-existed.
That's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in History 155 sometime. But yeah, so it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper or the Sheriff of Nottingham that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories parents would probably repeat about penniless wandering and things like that. He was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the name. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend, and he's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside these sources like Shivrei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his dates are roughly 1699 to 760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about, a lot of data on. So this is the quality of mine. This is someone I was first educated. This is actually the Nazi Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Shter. Now he looks like me with like not too much hair, and what he has is all white, but he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these cousins. These were like record books from the communities of Poland and Lithuania that were moldering away at the libraries there. He told them out some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but exactly, good question. The reason is there are tons of people around who are called chain. And he didn't necessarily call him by the name, but he was he was a Baal Shem Tov. does that mean? For Adam's gonna so hang on one second. Tell me you can answer that? It's a good Baal Shem. But what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the well, everybody's not saying. So first of all, what is a Baal Shem?
They were like little doctors.
Okay, what did it do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write Emmaus, they would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You know these amulets, right? You probably have seen them, maybe not owned some of them, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a shigiti on it. Actually, a shigiti is also an amulet. The red string is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory sense, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things God to do. Right? That's like magic. Right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. Right? What do they call it? Yeah, Kabbalah Masia, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture. Right? The hamsa, the hand, sometimes the iron, the board off the iron part off, the little parts that we often have kids were born, put them under the crib. You know, we love those things. I had some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, you know, we use that from the rear view mirror, car, you know, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern western Ukraine, you know, there's some guy, he looks really prum, he seems like a nice guy. He grew up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having such trouble with my business. My daughter should have, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And now, write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, or in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things. These people are called amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so pro. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? In I think it's somewhere around Parak Rabbi Sachs will tell exactly which word in Parak somewhere around there. Whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos? What's the defining factor? It's also discussed, of course, in the second Shabbos, right? What if you wear an amulet on Shabbos? What kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a munta, they're written by you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets are not written by experts in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not said. This guy, Rabbi Eliezer ben Ezer, he was the Baal Shem. Oh, he was great. His amulets were like, and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him, and that's how he became like really great. People liked him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hashem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture, and they're not going to go into the whole, business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baalei Shem that were very active at this time. Okay, did I see any other hands? Mr. Krams?
How can you say that there wasn't, you said it was only one of those that they had, which was the Baal Shem Tov, but there are Baal Shem Tov's farm,
later in the Shifkei Bet.
but those farms are the Baal Shem Tov teachings, which were passed to the state. So those ones people left the Baal Shem Tov.
You have to accept the assertion that was passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wanted to see, is it really true?
It's also like selling
I think the Baal Shem Tov might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Forensic.
What is the solution for the technology of that? All these things, when a lot of it was historical to like that. Why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a larger discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that it had an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a mass of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to this? He has a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad, and those disciples, this is everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Martin Bodzinsky, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that have been spread and different styles. This is the Polish circulating Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje to Magli. You have the mass spread across the throughout the West. But of course, and this is in 1772 when he lived, so it's really rapidly expanding. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you've got the 3rd generation going, and they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. You see, the Maggid has significant popularity that the Litvaks are sitting up and saying, wait a second, this is, and it's actually shaping the world of Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The musician centered around the Vilna. Another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived 1720 to 1790. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposite movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, you gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena we see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Vilna, where he certainly had some serious reservations, even opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like really prepared to go into the streets and fight over it. So what is it that they were upset about? I'm going to list, I think, here 9 different things that the Messiah really opposed the Hasidism about. The first is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Hasidim tend to emphasize a very different approach to tequila, whereas the lit bucks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to govern chocolate and Camargue. And these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You've got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when chakras begins. But that's the idea of Hasidus. Is, I'm not, what does Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, you can sleep during class, like some of us here. Get a good nice rest. So, my voice is very soon. So that's one of the. And remember, Wiener said that the separate prayer groups really have a economic incentive.
How you living, Pam?
That was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the capitalism.
Because I kick ass and take names. How'd you find out about me?
Because I saw you on the random Discord.
Alright. How's you?
Good. Why do you do this every day?
I do my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace.
For world peace?
Yeah, I'm live on 22 different right now. I have more data archived online than any two. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. I've essentially created a time capsule or a timeline for society. It goes back 3 years to the pandemic.
Janice, how did your room go from emphasis? Why is there, I don't know what the are blankets everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, this is merch that I've been given, sponsored by cryptocurrency.
Why's the camera quality so horrible?
I mean, if you boost the server, Discord goes up, so the quality goes up.
I was just curious, bro.
All right, man. Well, you're, how?
I'm gonna go on my way.
Sure, absolutely. You too.
Time talking prohibition and grinding on Shabbat. Talking equals talking equals. Thanks is conquering. That equals thanks. That is equal. The less than the constructive benefit. Principle is fair law that speech is served a positive purpose. Development equals benefit equal. Bible double subject includes forms of diversity of the double equals to Torah divine teachings of Moses. Torah equals instruction. Teaching Hebrew. Great washer. Carrying equals forth. Encounter. Greater finished includes slang from agree. Equals and kosher utensils. Drop calculation marks for Torah reading. Proposed equals mode. Equals on variants of pyramid offering, contribution. TS need of TC is TCM, TC need of honesty and rest and behavior. TC equals honesty Hebrew. Zadik righteous person. T Zadik equals righteous one Hebrew. Days of the second, Passover saints of the week of the midnight reason. Saints actually all variants nightfall, define the emergence of the stars. T-type equals going out. Proximity equals stars. Sometimes a modest person from T-day equals modest, couple. Zedaka charity, justice, righteousness. T-Zedaka equals righteousness, charity. Zig riches on for colored garments. T-Zig equals riches Hebrew. Song Gedalia fast day, commemorating assassination of Gilead. T-Zong equals fast. Gedalia equals days of governors. Charisma attached form of underway, the matching structure of two posts in the beat, often used for Arabic. T-Zera equals 4. Attached equals opening doorway. Gerard, attached equals attached Caesar on top, attached form of a doorway. Gerard equals 4. Attached equals doorway. Attaching structure to posts plus frosty, often used in constructing an era. We have 15, the definition of 15, equals and that equals out of the back. A minor holiday of joy, historical meanings to that making and harvest celebrations. To the essay that 15 of Shabbat equals 15, the equals Shabbat equals month of Shabbat. Year for trees, try to agriculture and songs. Common of possibility of ritual purity, campaign equals security. Even the ritual immersions, usually economic that equals merchants. TCB of modesty and right figure, TZAD of equals modest. TZAD righteous person, TZAD equals righteous. TZAD infinite Hebrew. Passover Seder stage when the infinite is needed. All variants emergence of the stars equals going out. Pachabi equals stars. Nightfall. T-Zangula harmonics for Pachuga equals modest. T-Zedaka charity, T-Zedaka equals righteousness, justice. T-Zedaka ritual fringes on garments equals fringes. T-Zon Gedalian fast of Gedalian equals fast. Gedalian equals physical governor as name. Marchats merchants and Yusha. Washer chats equals wash. Passover Seder steps. Washing heads before vegetables. Monopoly equals calling. Albasan. They magnify their faces. Refer Tech and prayer. Alpha, all variants and hierarchies, alpha equals hierarchy. Expression of redemption in Exodus. I will bring to be equals my rod, future equals will break. Hebrew. And I say the difficulty equals I rescue. Hebrew. And I draw out equals I put out. Hebrew. And I took equals I took. Hebrew. Monitor of Leviticus equals and people. Hebrew. Besamim spices, besamim equals spices. Hebrew. Incapula. Hebrew confession, prayer, Hebrew equals confession. Hebrew. Wadi dry riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral Torah, Shebikam equals written Torah. Hebrew. Yaakov, Jacob equals heel holder, surrender. Hebrew. Patriarch later called Israel. Yahweh dating or not, and Yahweh equals dating said. Yahweh equals and sound. Hebrew. Prayer said on festivals. Yachits divide, yachits equals split break. Hebrew. Passover step. Breaking middle matzah. Yatzol equals and recoils and it equals and sol equals recoils, so equals again. Hebrew. Refers to hot temperature till 110. 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Fallujah. Yards, candle, all variants and F. Yard equals year, time equals time. Yiddish. Candle live in memory. Yarble, stone, not yarble from Yiddish. Also Tika and Hebrew and stone. Yash, stone Hebrew. Grade category, Korean and before over. Gate and Nessic line and pouring gate equals line. Nessic equals libation. Line used in idolatry. Jerusalem equals city of peace. Hebrew. Yether Haran toward evil, Yether equals inclination. Ral equals evil. Yether Hato inclination toward creation, so equals good. Hebrew. Yether second equals Here on 7 year equals here. Equals 7. Yisfer, baby, remember. Yisfer equals he will remember. Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Yitzchak equals he will laugh. Yom Kippur, day of atonement, equals day. Kippur equals atonement. Yom Kippur, but all variants, day of Shofar blasts, Yom equals day equals Shofar blast. Hebrew. Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov festival equals day, Tov equals good. Yom Tov Yiddish for holiday. Often used for holiday blessings, in the power joy. Zachar remember. Meant to remember events like Shabbat and the word equals remember. Zachar el Turban. Zachar el Turban. Zachar el Turban. Zachar equals remembrance. Turban equals destruction. Hiding temple as destruction. Refers to customs kept in memory of the temple as fall. Zechak merit Hebrew. Zechak equals merit, certainly. Used for the merit of good deeds. Zemiros, Sabbath, Cable songs Hebrew. Zemiros equals songs, hymns. motivational dualistic text through Aramaic. Zilker equals radiant splendor. Zora Shinobi. One of the 39 Elohim formulas labors on Shabbat. Zora equals Shinobi. Zora Nima, Zora Sobi. Another one of the 39 Elohim.
Okay, from the, so that goes along with the ignore the mandated prayer times. Of course, they're saying this is, out to Rosh Hashanah, don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shibboleths and things like that. There's different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidism went back. The Hasidim went back to various earlier scholars of davening, which are associated especially with the Arizal, the Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Tzfat Kabbalists of the 16th century. The seventh culture, there's a whole business about, when you check, and I don't know how many studied the second schooling yet. And which I should be studying and graduating about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there, your knife has to be both sharp and free of nick. But the problem is, especially with technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe be pushing in this narrow neck slicing. So the lid box and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shita, you have to have Hasidic shita. They said, what is this? You guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting, and you're like, you're sitting around telling stories? Are you drinking alcohol? Is that what it's supposed to do? And it says starting the Gemara, which you're not. I mean, oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon is a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was like kind of like the ideal in the Litvisher world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Kodesh. Then maybe you look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like, they're taking balagalas, wagon drivers, basha traders, water carriers, regular, lowly people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros. And like, what is going on, guys? Teaching your stuff so ordinary ignorant, they're taking pills and throwing them into the mud. You do that. They're upset about that. And this was definitely a big thing. But the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredible wild behavior, even during that. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Like rolling up and down. Because the idea was, pull aside, my bones go to Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulation during davening. You ever done with wrestlers? Lots of clapping, stamping their feet, hardly stolen, where you scream out like you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you're davening like at full volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And say these guys are like, that's not Judaism. We daven stock still, we don't move, we're lit box, right? And we wait for Scotty to turn on the transporter video. Quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild, Mr. Clarence.
They said also they get it's not all of them sold. They wanted it off to get placed in effort, so violence banging off the match that I think of.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say this Hasidim are. It's crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halacha, or at least breaking norms, and even Sadduceeism. Secret following Shabbat Tzvi. So these are the charges that were brought against the Hasidic world by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, Rebbe Shneur Zalman of Bialik on Chabad, and Rebbe Nachman of Vitebsk went to see the Vilna Gaon saying, hey, no, it's not like that. There are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would like, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Messianic movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were harems placed on the tribe extirpate this movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious value. We saw them burning the Rambam in the Sparta class. Here we go. Sorry, the Rambam also. They were not burned; they were buried, but as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issue harem back into the Sunday, and you have these bands and boundary bands, and you start burning the Hasidic, the Masonic books, and it was like just crazy. For the last 2 decades of the 18th century, with Hasidim and Masonic literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty in the year 1781. It's like one of these don't stand with $1 down kind of bad. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict. Ultimately, it kind of go ahead in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Masonic rabbi, and he was, Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Masonic thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities and said, they've hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. Masonic thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to even say talk to them because every other week someone's getting out of this rabbi or that rabbi. But imagine calling cops and saying, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying us. Also, gentlemen, put yourself in the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian. You can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house at work. We have lots of wacky kinds, because that's the nature of our secular society. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane. Right? Don't make trouble. Follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore, they went along with it. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
So you say about three judges told that the last brother wanted to the parents actually the brother. So he said that the three judges told him, now you got fucking coming around.
Okay, you got to put in jail for getting drunk, so now you're really deserving. Good story. Okay, so let's go on. All right, so what ends up happening? Now, we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena happening. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon I picked up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Masonic and the Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century. Realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp whether it should be nick-free, but the must coming from the West is saying not keep kosher at all. Like the Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And the Maskilim are saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. Right, so the Hasidim and the Nashagim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement. And so they had to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they nothing as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Nagdi realized they were not a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. And they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their people. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the spirit of times. Mr. Tillman.
The lessons and they join together, working together, like look at those guys, look at the actual use them.
Basically, yeah, basically. They sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a cockpit, but I would rather have relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a maskil to live on my street. Right? Like it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Nastagim believe in is that 1 to 5%. It's just style. You wear a gartel, you not wear a gartel. It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. Big difference. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Volozhin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established by the great student of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Volozhin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with yeshivas. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on text. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to God. Like, before the Siddur came, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, I mean, to give you a good number because it's talking about a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but, you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Hebrews in his cultural knowledge. To know a savor of Mishnah, that kid would be an Eloi. To learn a sect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive Talmud Chacham. Because, you know, basically, at a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there. You got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for common the dark, unwashed masses to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning. You guys do. You guys seriously are historically. So the Litvaks said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is Talmud in particular, better than any, way better than the Hasidim Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. I went to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message. You know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah, but we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my own lifetime, I had Mr. Revis telling me I should not be reading Tanya because, yeah, it is a pretty great, but not telling me that, but no, okay, it is a pretty great. This was the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read his Nefesh HaChaim by the Chaim of Osher, the student of the Vilna Gaon. And this is basically Kabbalah for Litva. And I gotta tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How did he say that? This is amazing. It's not the adjective of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It's such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s, mid-20s. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. Where we left off last week, Monday, or we left off Monday, we were talking about the finger moves. I got to do the thing. So we left off, I'm doing great. But you come in late, don't say how you doing. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Magnitsky Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Truman asked some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go along with it. But we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a historical phenomenon, meaning like when people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time. You should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it's a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into, you know, be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, you know, any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the weak relationship they had economically. That's not to say that also religious elements, you know, the Jews killed Christ, things like that. That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep in, certainly did in the next years. But if we were to like boil it down to its major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last cautious regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, you know, like there are some movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, ulterior goal will do the person, their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you recognize the fact that it's not always Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is, generally speaking, far out of proportion to the nature of the original offense, part of the the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize it one more time, Mr. Kranz and Mr. Freeman, that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking its blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure it's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, Lord land. That has happened even in Brooklyn with that young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know, that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really what we're trying to understand. Okay, Mr. Kranz, you talk about how NSS always target all over the place. Does that mean the fact that people are always listen to saying all when they're not happy in life, they see a minority group that somehow has persevered through everything possible and like, oh, this is the perfect thing I can just yell at and say, street. Right. No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kranz. That is, you know, having to the police response to Jean-Paul Sartre, I believe it was at one point, who said, si les Juifs n'existent pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jews did not exist, the antisemite would invent him. Right? The antisemite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because they can, you know, look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
So my question is not so well formed, but what happened recently, you know, September 7th, for these grumps, they're very out of like normal human nature. It's not normal violent uprising. These are horrific attacks. But there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction is sort of in proportion and understandable with what the Jews have done to them. Like even what the Jews have done doesn't matter. But violence we can sort of understand a little more. You know, let's say again, I mean, whatever the BLM marches would be ridiculous. But they're just trying to express something without, you know, and barbarism involved. So do we have situations where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, so to answer your question, separate a little bit. Once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an ethnic conflict that involves a distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kinds of dynamics that happen. You know, since with peasants and lords, these are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation with awesome army and with powers then becomes international. So maybe a good case, Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a realignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, you know, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. It doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always, you know, getting back to it. So that's normal, as it were. It's horrible in the sense that there was people died, God forbid, in horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely,
But then, let's say in the case of the Muslims, you can understand why they hate Israel. They do feel oppressed and maybe
there's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Yeah, I mean, and Israel did just devastate the entire country, but so you can understand that aspect of it. So, but do you ever have actions that are anti-Semitic and but responding in a more, no less violent way?
Yeah, sure.
To that thing?
Oh, yeah, you're asking me a complicated question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also two issues. We talked about Ghanaians. I said Hamas.
Right. No, I understand. Again,
because they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a maybe the Nazi SS is second choice, or they're competing for that stuff. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity. And that's just bizarre. Like, that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime, though, the history of Israel and the Middle East, because we have a calendar. It's now to the fascinating. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Right? Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I cycled it, and you're up to that stuff. And you may have seen, this is a popular show. This, oh, right. And it was really great because it's set in Israel. Fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra life in the 21st century, and in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very different environment, modern Europe. And the long 18th century, this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century in Israel? 100 years. Excellent. You're math 261. That's 162. Let's do that right away. A century is 100 years. However, historically, you can have a century or a long century. For example, 19th century is considered long by most historians. It begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of, half major, Mr. Blasco, 1914, yeah. Beautiful, look at that, history 223. No, I just like it. Oh, just, okay, that's great. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century.
That is a culture. That kind of basic the cultures of what's going on at time period.
Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on, close to that order. So that's very long. We have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end, the 1795 is where it ended. That's when Poland is taken over by Russia, and all the environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker, an unusual Hasidic leader. We'll try to talk about a little bit today more on the entire Hasidic background, but among the Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation. Now, you can probably guess who's going to be next. The Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like the look of it, maybe because of the seafood film. He is, of course, representing the ring to the Hasidic movement, born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the name Miss Nag, and they wear it proudly. As the Mishnah for his Chabad like to call us snags, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Mishnagim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement was an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Mishnah opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name of. Is a name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves. Originally a term of pro. They're also known as Lit because they are from Lithuania, Lita. But today we call the company Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has a deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. And we live in a kind of a cool world in many ways, anyways. The brand reason much is more Chabad. Well, obviously, I think Chabad makes it a lot. I can tell you a full story. One of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad, super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad in Hagin. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in the book, the Rebbe might have done this particular thing, but immediately that's like, so that weird thing, no matter what. Well, you know, and then the dream, they're doing great. And my daughter, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One circus. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around. One circus, when she was about 8 years old, we were sitting in a circus, and I'm talking about Unasana Tokyo that we just read on right? Unasana Tokyo, that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs over the circuit crying. You know, like she was, that's so Russia. At 8 years old, any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of when the sign of token blew her away. So that's an effort to do. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, gentlemen, this is like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis. Even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really could say the Baal Shem Tov, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. Yes, please.
This third rabbi is the major fight with right?
Was that third?
Yeah.
Yes. We'll talk about it. Actually, but he's huge. All of them are controversial in different ways. We'll touch on this controversy a little bit, but very different ways to approach Judaism and Torah, the universe, that made massive impact on the Ashkenazi world and by extension us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of look like this because it shows some differences in the way these look. And I also included this one because a lot of times I'm walking down the street and people will say, hey, aren't you this guy here? Laugh. People often use that. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyways, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to do this chart in a minute because the 18th century was the long 18th century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions, rebellions of, I'm going to give you a good word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What is that? Ruben? Worldview. Excellent. How do you know that? It's a famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so glad. See, no famous words. Capital W, Weltanschauung means the way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like pain, but understand. Weltanschauung means like, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world? Do you believe that, God loves every detail of the world, or maybe kind of left it alone, like a watchmaker or something? Do you believe that most people are nice or evil? Do you believe that they deserve it? All kinds of things like that are built Weltanschauung. There are three big Weltanschauung rebellions that happened in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them, but let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present, in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that Chokmah Sa'ari, then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this Ace Chaim, the idea of the Sphirot, which really begins to gain a lot of attention in the 17th century, 16th century, really in Spot. This animates Mr. Grants.
Wasn't part of the thing, it wasn't really, they were trying to get, like, that's why we have Mr. Spark. They were trying to get that rule to work, so that all the letters trying to consider that, even if our results. So that's how we, and that's part, that's how we get into the results.
Yes, we're going to go there.
Go into that. They still didn't have some levels of, oh, the US also, there was the hidden society of hidden Sadiqim, where they were learning all these things, but wasn't ready to reveal.
Yeah, so that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of the Hasidic movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? That's a good question, more on a logical level. On a historical level, we definitely know that ideas go back very far. Again, because it's a rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, going robes. This is the way to go. That Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same thing. Right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. I learned that Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Vasilevsky.
How's it that people from like the new fresh to nowadays? It's like, I see like a person like a Strimer with the mega shout kind of thing. Whoa, kind of like so fast for it.
No, that's a really important question. It's like an incredibly different, innovative movement for about the first 50 years. And then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified, that it develops into courts and dynasties. And most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn energy, but not all. Many have said that we just don't understand 19th century very well. So stay with us because we're just beginning right now. That says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have doing. Like up until we've been kind of relaxing, we have not engaged in super high level Talmud study. We've been sort of like, oh, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's got to be involved. Everybody's got to be doing this. That's more of a rebellion tradition. By doing something Jews typically did not much historically, we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. So why all these rebellions?
What was going on there? I felt like being done.
Yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung, right? That happened in history that just makes everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabtai Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say Shabtai Tzvi is really dangerous, but there are some aspects of it which would support, we want to want to develop those, and others say that Shabtai Tzvi is so dangerous, we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabtai Tzvi movement that changed everything. 9/11 is one of those moments. You know, like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. You know, you just like walk in like this, and you can even smoke on the airplane. You know, you ever wonder why they tell everybody you're not allowed to smoke on airplanes? Everybody's smoking on an airplane. Doesn't matter if you're a tiny fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. People say, cancer, it's not that big a deal. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where there's security at airports, you have cyber security that's huge, and all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very different world. I don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, it's before Shabtai Tzvi and after Shabtai Tzvi. Mr. Grant, what are the snags here of snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not that you're scared of Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. Yes, his fear was huge fear. And that's why the start of the Kanye will be reprinted and it was they look at the Justin Kanye and others said, no, but this is being printed because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real things. So what is that? They gave the fake, they weren't getting the real, like the real other the fakes and do that, they were freaking me out. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all editions of the Tanya have this. But in the most authoritative edition, printed by the Wrong House, which is the Snag House, the Snag House, there's actually an apology there from Tora Wrong, the printer of the Wrong Shop, the Yom Shop, for certain incidents which we'll discuss later. Mr. That's a great question, 21st century question. And I think as you see modern orthodoxy, depending on how, you know, it's the way of tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing the imagine. Last question is we got to make some
Why didn't the rich fish worry so much by this redundant? Why wasn't there that emphasis?
Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. And you know how expensive it is to devote a working male to full-time for study. Right? You guys, 60 years ago, you were already earning a pension working in a mine or something. You know? But to imagine this number of men engaged full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
Such unnecessary because of whatever stuff it doesn't.
Well, we reassigned our priorities. And also we lost the vast majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize are really the elite. Check the numbers. Just the last year. There's about 10% of American Jews is Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half. So we're like, so maybe half of those that 10 is interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going through it for 2 years and you got to go to work, right? So it's maybe 0.5% of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite, you don't even realize. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs say, look at those guys. That's you guys. Okay. So that's very unusual, and it costs money. You know, your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in the sulfur mines, you got to be thankful for them. Okay, so the innovation of the rebels of tradition was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the Hasidic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. What does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms. Like the leader of this great country, breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws, but so it's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian, the Hasidim were seen by the Mishnah as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shopanah that says what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later, and it says not supposed to eat before, and what are you guys having? You're pressing, all kinds of things like that, as we shall see. The greatest example of this extreme Mishnagdic approach was the Chassam Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange, where in the 19th century, so I'm going a little bit later in the time, but on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible, he said, Hadash Asur min HaTorah. He was the Kaddish also meant, but what does that mean? Translate this one, please. Hadash Asur min HaTorah. What do you think, Mr. Leakey? Great. Is that the original context of the Gemara? What's the original context? Right. The new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait until after Pesach or Shavuot. Before you can eat it, that wheat is called Kaddish, and it's usher. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we use bread, which is called Yashon, made with old flour. But he said, take that as a cloud dado. Chadash, Sur, Torah. If it's new, it's usher. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not any new things. That it doesn't mean it literally, but it means sort of think as a sort of rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And we see this, and this even more with the Helix movement that will start probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been small. There are lots of things outside distinction to what the Sofer says of Kadash and Torah. But if it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Mishnagim, the Maskilim, were interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. Now, this is not really a fair comparison, and I know the Rosh Hashiva would not be happy to me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Maskilim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values, but they're saying the Rambam was like, he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic image. There's an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in supplies. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything that looks like from that old. It looks very peaceful. I don't even say he looks at there. What do you think? Or observant? Well, it's small. So again, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. Maybe we can engage about it. Okay, so those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go to Restream. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story of Shabtai? So there are the story of Shabtai writ narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents in learning, and although there are historic accounts that tend to portray as an evil Russia attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabtai suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have the descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder or manic depression syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated in their early 20s. So obviously we can't psychoanalytic dissection far, especially over centuries, but I can tell you is that he goes through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how levitate, that Pitsos Haderet, meaning like transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of a unhappy colleague named Gaza, I believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, because you have to imagine this guy, he's good looking, several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in this for a long time until started getting involved in this. Later he married, actually, I think, 4, but you can't count those because there was a tourist who got married to at one point, or anything symbolic kind of marriage. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with them, and well, you know the devil at the end, I'll explain it shortly. Mr. Parente.
How are people so vulnerable? That I was mentally ill.
You're asking an amazingly important question. I will repeat it for the people on the wheel that how are people so gullible? How do they run this? I mean, historians point to the fact that there was like widespread repression after the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we discussed that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half dozen years, and that contributes to the idea of, wow, after horrible massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's a guy who comes along, deeply soaked in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technologies. Print was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work. Mr. Toomer.
When you say you say that these cult leaders or even these horrible dictators who follow some of that, or even people follow them tremendously. These are not surprising.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he did, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even could I assume that other dictator-like cult leaders, you know, narcissistic, self-serving, occasionally nasty leaders. That doesn't stop them from controlling their weapons. We necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Why am I going on? I'm being recorded. I just got my citizen. Like, I don't know. I'm already messing it up. Words you about the ultimate. Sorry about it. I was a catalyst about it. He wrote a very good one. Here's from Sholin is the classic. So he's a master of how. Yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I'm not sure if I do. Like, you know, it won't get too far afield, but I do. Yeah, he did a maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza, who's definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your cover. He married a woman who was an orphan from a Misty rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him, and apparently he wanted to imitate the Navi. Yeshua? Yeah. No, it's not Black Ops, it's a different one. Yeshua? Okay, that's it. Not a triage. He also married a woman of ill repute. And there's a whole gospel story we read about how, you know, his children are. Okay, guys, I love the tangents, but we're not going to make brothers. So let's just go back a little bit before we get to chapter 3. What kind of influences are going on? 1490 to expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my Sparta Jewish history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at that time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden it just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and Las Americas, right? All trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And then turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something has changed dramatically. We need to find a new solution to it. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Sfat, who found the Sfat circle, where you have this Lamach, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential, Yosef Karo and his old age settled there, the Al-Shif, many others, the alphabets, the Chadodi, all those things are from that part. Mr. Trump, why do people always do that? That's an easy question. What do people always do? Why do people turn to mysticism and like about COVID and everybody's like, we have to figure out how to answer it up. It's coming this week or next week or the week after. Like, well, we keep doing it every year. So do it again. So huge overgeneralization. Like not all people do it. Not all people do this. Not all people react. But the mysticism, refuge, right? Is to have difficulty understanding the world and reasons give you the kind of emotional support. You may find it. You may find it in poetry. You may find it in saying, mysticism is a refuge. If you study on the possession remedy, more of a discussion there. He wrote in the Holocaust, but let's go to the 18th century. Also, during this time, for those of you in the spot, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion. And that is something we have not seen in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the Beit Din. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, the Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this, dark kind of brooding with claw-like hands, stuff like that. Individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you because it is a really story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish because there's always concern that maybe they'll be playing and they'll happen to mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights and the Inquisition would come. He went to the Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you that we're actually Jewish and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free where Jews could express themselves. Uriel said, I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament, New Testament, and I wanted to be like those four Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a guy, very intelligent. He ends up writing books. But when he actually joins a live, for real Jewish community, is that he's too firm for them. And he starts saying to them, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys are talking during davening. Don't you realize you're not? And he says, like, did you really bench? I can't believe you benched that back. I really can't. When you guys are benching, these are things that follow Jesus. He probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community, saying, I can't believe it. There are Jews here. I'm so happy to be among Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? And he's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people and he's like, and in Amsterdam, they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have it pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make him on board, he moves away, same kind of problems are up. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so say to him, making a joke of it, but I really couldn't. It's a really sorry. They say, come on, we've already done this twice before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite all faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you, publicly whip him from the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way out. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. Later, that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook, and writes a 12-page suicide note called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nuts. Yeah, terrible. Horrible. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes got forbidden, or sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this package about here, including probably a mental illness, but he represents great in that unity of being within the community and being under the auspices and the control that they did, or being completely outside. He did not want to convert to Catholicism. He already was a Catholic, did that, doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish. By Hirschenberg, he's portrayed as like this, I think it's pretty fair, was his younger contemporary, is none other than Spinoza. A lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza of the 17th century, who made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio da Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is shown like languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these pearls and bright colors. That's showing the kind of intellectual evolution of the Jewish community, Hirschenberg's view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Ferrum, a terrible awful, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have these Jews portrayed in the negative aspect of being cowering and afraid of them. This guy looks like he's got a rock to throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as experienced and expressed by Jews, suddenly seeing kind of a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have known. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Khmelnytsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were these like great techniques to do this, or was it just like a bunch of ball boxing of this guy? Was it like actual like legitimate that things like what did you say? People trying to know that people trying to know about the gay life and like all these guys that we are.
So I don't want to use modern terms like MODOKs that characterize these people, but it was a legitimate bait-in. Against that, any community can form a legitimate bait-in. None of the people in the bait-in were like famous people. You might read their words in Beis Medrash, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy like Rio Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting that you mentioned in that context. A little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Sneak archive in Amsterdam. He had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the handling of Baruch Spinoza. So they, surprisingly and characteristically, they banned him as well. They said, sorry, you're banned. There's a harem on you coming into our library. That's one of the most famous libraries of Jewish Europe. Because you wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow a page from our ancestors, a harem on you. Intellectual thing. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with this, we'll run off to the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have of Shabtai Tzvi. He was like very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Tzvi. They said, wasn't that interesting? The Jews claim to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broad portraying. This one you can tell is definitely written by a Christian having very good. You're right. This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so we just kind of put some gibberish down here that's impressed of it. So we don't know if that, maybe that's the picture originally of the Rambam. Could be mixed with, you see, because over there, it looks like, this says like Yechezkel, maybe Zion, right? Ro Elo, okay, a little bit of a book here. But that's also that's not much of a font either, right? This is, but it looks like gibberish more to me. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Maybe I should take it out of possible Charles and anyways, you could be right, Julie. I should wind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go. The whole idea of what the hell shot that Steve by the end of the story for those who may not know with it is he does this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does have people who think he's the real. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of business-knowing activities. Like he says, Tisha is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now you can read on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a strict Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool. We should all use them, like printed Humashim, kinds of crazy things like this, and many other even more crazy. He ends up delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls Israel, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer, he becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed. And they go back home, often penniless, as they sold their houses, spent it all on thinking they were going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They call it Dummeh, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right, in the 20th century.
What's up with Maharaja?
Yes, I skirted. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some roots to it. So they were really quite active for a while. They still have been synagogues or mosques in parts of Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi eventually really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Maksud, who wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there was still, this is the problem. The movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, cameos, that were commissioned. These are essentially amulets for things, parnasa, shidduchim, liu, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean leaders, secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Ibishitz was the site of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbathean. The Ramchal was horribly sued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Messiah Shrine, right? Yeah. Do you know about the secret Messiah Shrine that was discovered in 19th?
What did you say? One more time, Miss Aquarius? No, I haven't.
Oh, Jesus, somebody help me.
What's going on, Miss? What's going on, Miss Aquarius? You got yourself?
The study guy? What are you studying?
Sure. I'm just reading Yiddish.
You just got kicked out. What happened?
How'd you get kicked out? I don't either, Miss Aquarius.
It's a malfunction in here, Rabbi.
It happens, I guess.
Somebody's forget me. I don't know what to do that.
You're perfect.
And I'm just messing with you. Somebody did kick me. Well, nobody didn't kick me. I got kicked out. I don't know. Is this part having issues?
It sometimes does. Are you gonna take a nap?
I already took one. Now I gotta go eat. Because he ate just like I might eat some snack or something. And then lay down again.
There you go.
Nothing else to do.
There you go. Sounds like a relaxing Saturday.
Yeah. Alrighty. See you later, Rabbi.
Take care, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you later. God willing.
Catholic.
differ from secondary capital. Abrahamic Hebrew for the essence of the law refers to the phylogically binding minimum requirement. Abrahamic capital Hebrew for main and second. Pelagic principle in blessings must be the primary who requires a blessing, covering the secondary. In the case of reforms and elevation, in the elevation of the soul, not through its or haddish. Even I Hebrew Yiddish usage for Hashim and student. In Pelagic context, often refers to a brilliant Talmudic scholar. In your Pelagic Hebrew word is God wills. The phrase used in Jewish speech reflects Pelagic awareness that future actions depend on divine will. In my Hebrew for training practice, further Pelagic education depicts the performance. In I Hebrew for matter subjects, used constantly in Pelagic introduce the topic Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat. It's the better in Hebrew for business partnership. Pelagic legal mechanism permitting financial arrangements that avoid distorted interest. It's check Aramaic Hebrew for minding the festival. Refers to the day after a festival, which retains partial sanctity. Selectively includes certain prayers and customs. It's rare Hebrew for prohibition. A central pelagic term describing what the Torah or rabbis forbid. Obviously the better permission. Issuer Canada Hebrew for public benefit. Category of religion where not only used, but any benefit is fully Shemetz after Pesach. Issuer carrying Hebrew law prohibition punished by excision. One of severe pelagic penalties. Issuer loud Hebrew for negative prohibition. Under prohibition punishable by lashes in several times. Item Gemara Aramaic word is stated in the Gemara. Standard pelagic phrasing introducing a Talmudic source. 50 were found in orbit. And first the morning of its massive search. Hebrew Aramaic for bottom sin. Pelagic ethics. The idea that the contemplation of sin has spiritual weight. Engraving for Hebrew person. Pelagic identity services used in Torah and later on. Biospeculatively for being studied of prayer. Pelagic practice of meditating on the meaning of prayer. Hebrew for investigation and study. In pelagic, learning refers to analysis as opposed to simply reading it. Hebrew for examination of the judge. In pelagic courts, refers to careful deliberation of the case. Hebrew means to reach. Every 50-year individual Israel was sanctified. Land returned to original owners, slaves freed, and agricultural works ceased. Central institution tied to SHP. Genuine means praise thanksgiving. One of the 12 tribes. Logically, the ancestor of the kingdom of Judah, from whom the term Yehudim derives. Jewish Yehudim means a descendant of Yehudah. In Hosea, Jew is one word to Jewish mother or converted according to Hosea. Jewish law religion means the way to God. The collective body of Jewish religious law governing daily life, rituals, and ethics. Jerusalem means Hebrew foundation of peace. Central city in Tunisia. Site of the temple, direction of prayer, source of many lost ties in the land. Jericho means fragrant. First city conquered upon entry into the land of Israel. Appears in pelagic discussions on agriculture and sanctity of the land. Joseph means equal land. Ancestor of the tribes of Benjamin, factor into pelagic decisions of the land and blessings. Joshua means God saves. Moses' successor, leader Separate and divine justice. Cited in collection